we can go ahead and ask people to start getting their seats. Let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order on April 8th, 2025. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate so we don't get disrupted during the meeting with a telephone call, that would be great. So silence your cell phones or put them on vibrate. Thank you. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harton?
Here, thank you. Our invocation today will be given by Rabbi Zivi Decker, Shabbat of North Broward Beaches. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can all please rise. Hello, Rabbi.
Almighty God, we stand before you in prayer. Look favorably upon the mayor and the honorable members of our city council of our great city of Pompano Beach. We beseech you, Almighty and merciful God, to extend your grace to each and every member of this august body and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these distinguished individuals who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our city. Grant these public servants wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. Give them guidance so that they will be conscious of your presence and they will strive to enact laws with honesty and integrity in accordance with your will. May we have it wisdom to turn adversity into opportunity and to transform the hard challenges that we face today into the seeds from which will sprout forth the growth for tomorrow. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion approving the regular city commission meeting minutes of March the 11th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. On our agenda this afternoon, we'll be striking item number 13. So item 13 will be stricken from our agenda. Mr. Harrison, any other changes?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion of approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Under our consent agenda this afternoon, we'll be pulling items 1, 4, 6, and 7. So 1, 4, 6, and 7 will be dealt with individually as they come up in order. The other items on the consent agenda are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard, but 1, 4, 6, and 7, you'll have to discuss them when they come up in regular order. All right, that takes us up to our proclamations. First up, we've got National Autism Acceptance Month, right over here at the side table. Very good. All right, let's go. Yes, we got a few folks with us here today. Hi, Margie. All right. Whereas Autism Acceptance Month is observed each year in April, with April 2nd recognized as World Autism Awareness Day by the United Nations, both designed to foster greater understanding, acceptance, and inclusion of individuals on the autism spectrum. And whereas autism or autism spectrum disorder, ASD, encompasses a wide range of conditions marked by differences in social interaction, communication, behavior, and sensory processing. These differences are not disabilities, but unique strengths and ways of experiencing the world that should be embraced and supported. And whereas people with autism often face challenges in navigating environments that are not always accommodating, but with proper support, understanding, and early interventions, individuals with autism can lead fulfilling, productive, and successful lives. And whereas the National Autism Acceptance Month is backed by the Autism Society of America, which has local chapters throughout the United States which hold special events throughout April and undertake a number of activities to raise awareness about autism. And whereas Autism Acceptance Month highlights the importance of inclusion and understanding recognizing the vital contributions of individuals with autism in our families, schools, workplaces, and communities, and encouraging everyone to celebrate neurodiversity. And whereas society must go beyond awareness of autism and foster true acceptance, building a community where individuals of all abilities are embraced, celebrated, and given equal opportunities to thrive. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Commission recognizes and proclaims the month of April as National Autism Acceptance Month and encourages all residents to engage in meaningful conversations, increase their knowledge, and extend their support to the autism community. Dated this 8th day of April 2025. Thank you so much. And Margie Hedlund, I know you've got a lot you want to say here, and thank you so much for little card, but thank you for all you guys do. Appreciate it.
I promise, guys, little card. First off, thank you so much for once again having us and recognizing autism awareness. It means a lot. It starts a conversation, and that's how we learn, right? So, guys, if you don't know, the Autism Society of Florida, we are made up of parents, we are volunteers, and we all have different things that we do throughout the state. My family and I, we train first responders how to communicate with people with special needs. We train military, police, and firefighters how to maybe communicate with people who are nonverbal or see the world differently. And we've been from Pensacola to Key West, and nobody, and I mean nobody, does it better than the city of Pompano Beach. And I'm not biased, that's real, y'all. Our firefighters are trained, our police officers, our parks and rec, they do more than almost maybe any city in the state with the events and the acceptance and the things that you guys do. And it's not just the city. Sample McDougall, some of our partners, they have rooms for our kids to go in at events where they're safe and they feel good. Nobody does it better. I mean, we really are that good. I want to remind you guys about two really great events the city of Pompano Beach has coming up. April 19th in the park is our Autism Family Day, sponsored by the city. There's so much to do for everybody. And then on May 3rd, we have Touch a Truck. Am I missing anything, guys? We're grateful. We're grateful to the city. We're grateful to you guys that you do everything. And look, as residents, we love it, but y'all need to know as visitors, people want to come to our community. They see that we're doing it right, that we care, that we're trained, that we have all these wonderful events. We have the sensory van. Nobody does it better than Pompano. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Happy Autism Acceptance Month.
Out there?
Yes,
Yep.
please.
Hi, Dalton. Good seeing you, as always. I don't know if anybody out there watches Survivor on TV, but they've got an autistic individual on the crew of Survivor this season.
And he's doing awesome.
Yes. All right, next up, we've got Water Conservation Month. I'm not sure if anyone's here to accept this one, but that's okay. Here we go. Here we go. Great. Come on down. Whereas, water is essential to all life and is the foundation of our community's well-being, economy, and environment. And whereas, population growth and increasing water demand have made fresh water a finite and valuable resource. And whereas, clean, safe, and sustainable water resources and supplies are more critical than ever for the long-term resilience of Pompano Beach and all of Florida. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach actively engages residents and businesses in conservation efforts through education, incentives, and water-saving practices. And whereas the City of Pompano Beach and the State of Florida have designated April, one of Florida's driest months, as Water Conservation Month to educate residents on best practices to help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas every individual, business, and organization play a vital role in water conservation, promoting a resilient economy and a thriving community. Now, therefore, I, Rex Harden, Mayor on behalf of the entire City Commission of Pompano Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Pompano Beach and urge all residents and businesses and institutions to adopt water-saving practices, educate others, and support initiatives that protect our precious resource for future generations during this 27th year of Water Conservation Month on this 8th day of April 2025. Rex Harden, Mayor. Thank you so much. Water conservation is indeed a vital program. Here to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commission for your continued support and for recognizing April as Water Conservation Month. We appreciate you helping raise awareness about the importance of protecting our water resources. While conservation is always a top priority, we'd like to highlight that reuse water is our #1 conservation tool because every gallon of reuse water saves a gallon of drinking water. We want to remind our community that water is a limited resource and it's up to all of us to treat it with care, respect, and responsibility. Thank you again for your support and commitment to a sustainable future.
Very good. Thank you. All right, moving right along. Busy day today so far. This is, let's see. Food waste prevention. Very good. All right. Whereas up to 35% of all food produced is wasted, even though much of it is safe and nutritious and could help feed those in need. And whereas everyone benefits from better utilizing food resources, creating stronger and more sustainable communities. And whereas a family of 4 can save between $1,866 and $3,000 per year by reducing wasted food. And whereas K-12 schools and universities play a crucial role in educating the next generation on the importance of reducing, recovering, and recycling food. Whereas we have an opportunity to conserve shared resources such as land, water, and energy that are used to produce and transport food that ultimately goes uneaten. And whereas food in landfills decomposes slowly, releasing methane gas, a potent contributor to climate change. Therefore, be it resolved, the Pompano Beach City Commission designates April 7th through April 13th, 2025 as Food Waste Prevention Week and enthusiastically supports this mission by encouraging residents, local restaurants, and businesses to participate in food waste prevention strategies done this 8th day of April 2025. Thank you so much, and let's all try and conserve resources. Thank you. Care to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Commission. I'm honored to accept this proclamation dedicated to reducing food waste, a key initiative that complements our ongoing efforts, including our sustainability strategies. By keeping surplus food out of landfills and redirecting these resources within our community, we can make strides toward a more resilient and sustainable Pompano Beach.
All right, and last but not least, let's see, do we have, is Terry McFadden here? Yes, come on down, come on down. Yes, thank you. for being here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. This young lady has got quite a story. All right. Whereas Tariah McFadden, a distinguished student athlete from Blanche Ely High School in Pompano Beach, Florida, has demonstrated exceptional talent, dedication, and perseverance in both basketball and flag football. Whereas Tariah made history as the first high school junior girls flag football player to secure a name, image, and likeness (NIL) deal with ScoutSmart, a groundbreaking achievement that highlights her growing influence and potential in the sport. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Seriously. That's something that never goes away. Congratulations. Whereas, as a member of the West Express Ladies Flag Football, under the leadership of Coach Antoine Cheney, Tariah has excelled in multiple positions, including wide receiver and quarterback, showcasing her versatility, leadership, and skill on the field. And whereas she has received well-earned recognition and accolades for her performances, positioning herself as one of the top athletes in her division and serving as a role model for aspiring young athletes. And whereas Tariah's motto, "Look up to yourself," exemplifies her commitment to self-empowerment and encourages young people to embrace leadership and personal growth. And whereas, beyond her athletic ability, Tariah is dedicated to supporting her community by coaching with youth camps and mentoring younger athletes, reinforcing the values of hard work, sportsmanship, and persistence. And whereas her achievements in basketball, in addition to flag football, coupled with her strong academic commitment, reflect her extraordinary work ethic and dedication to excellence. Whereas with the month of April marking several national awareness and appreciation initiatives, it is fitting to recognize Tariah McFadden's contributions and historic accomplishments in sports, ensuring her legacy is an inspiration for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved, on this day we honor her for her outstanding athletic and community achievements, commend her for her contributions to the advancement of women in sports, and celebrate her as a trailblazer and role model. On this 8th day of April, 2025. Congratulations. You are indeed that's fantastic.
Hi, everybody. I would like to thank everyone from the city of Pompano for this opportunity. I am highly grateful. I would also like to thank God, because without God, this wouldn't be possible. This proclamation means so much more to me, because I am also born and raised from the city of Pompano, and to receive this recognition in my city means more than anything. Lastly, I would like to thank my family, my support system in Blanche Ely High School, and I would also like to thank my coach, and I would like to thank Coach Antoine, and I would like to thank ScoutSmart for even making this, an opportunity. So with that being said, again, thank God, and thank you all.
Very good. Greatness in the house. All right. Now we move on. Next is staff presentation. Presentation of the City of Pompano Beach audit results for the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2024, conducted by Citron Cooper & Company, LLP, independent certified public accountants. Turn it over to Ms. Furtado.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Allison Furtado, Finance Director. Florida Statute Chapter 218.39 requires the city to have an annual financial audit of its financial statement prepared by the Finance Department. Today we have our auditors from Citron Cooperman, Mr. Shardu Meticulous, partner, and Mr. Michael Barnett, manager, to communicate the results of the audit. But before they present, I would like to extend my great appreciation to my finance team and all the city departments who assisted us with our audit and to make this our 13th year of no audit findings on our financial statements.
That's
I would
fantastic.
also like to present to the not as fancy as the utilities with their big plaque. However, this is what we would receive from GFOA in regards to our Certificate of Achievement of Excellence for our financial reporting,
Congratulations.
which is presented to the city. So with that, I would like to ask Mr. Burdu to present our audit findings. Mr.
Very good.
Mertulis, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furtado. Congratulations on that. Well earned.
Thank you, Allison. Hello, everyone. First off, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Mertulis. I served as the partner on the engagement, and my colleague here, Michael Barnett, he was the manager on the engagement. We will present the required communications, and then from there, we'll move on to the financial statements of the city. We're required by auditing standards to communicate with those charged with governance the results of our audit. As it relates to significant audit matters, management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting policies. No new accounting policies were adopted, and the application of existing policies were not changed during the year, except for the city adopted GASB Statement 100, 101, and 102, all of which did not have a significant impact to the financial statements. The most sensitive estimates affecting the city's financial statements were as follows. Management's estimate of net pension obligation, total OPEB obligation, and risk liabilities, all of which are based on actuarial valuations. We evaluated the methods, assumptions, and data used to develop these estimates and determining that they are reasonable in relation to the financial statements taken as a whole. In terms of, we encountered no significant difficulties in dealing with management and performing and completing our audit. In terms of corrected and uncorrected misstatements, there were no misstatements identified during our audit. This is a positive reflection of the diligence of Allison, Patricia, and the finance team. In regards to disagreements with management, there were none related to financial accounting, reporting, or auditing matters. We have requested certain representations from management that are included in our management representation letter dated March 27, 2025. As it relates to management consultation with other independent accountants, to our knowledge, we are not aware of any such consultations with other independent accountants. That brings me to the end of our required communications. I'd like to open the floor for any questions, and from there I'll move on to the financial statements of the city.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and complete your presentation, then we'll have questions from the commission.
Okay. So moving on to the financial statements, this document, I know it's massive, well over 100 pages. So I'll point out a few highlight areas that I would like to bring to the attention of the commission and also management. So starting on pages 1 through 4, that's our opinion on the city's financial statements. We issued an unmodified opinion, the highest level of assurance that we can provide as auditors. You can think of it as a clean bill of health. So you can feel confident, the commission and also management, you can feel confident in the numbers that are presented here in these financial statements. Moving on to the MD&A, Management Discussion and Analysis, that's pages 5 through 19. The MD&A is a great resource that provides a comprehensive overview of the city's financial performance and position over the past year. It highlights key trends and strategic decisions made by management, offering insights into the city's financial results and future outlook. Moving on to page 20 of the document, these are the government-wide financial statements. So your government-wide financial statements are under the full accrual basis. So your long-term obligations and also capital assets are reflected there. So I'll go through the governmental activities and the business type activities. Your total assets for your governmental activities, 847.8 million. For business type activities, total assets, 301.3 million. If you move on to the next page, page 21, for your governmental activities, your total liabilities were 573.9 million. And for business type activities, total liabilities, 104.7 million. So moving on to page 22 of the document. 22 and 23, this is the income statement of the government-wide financial statements. Your governmental activities had a positive change of 13.9 million, which is great. You started the year with 295.1 million, and you ended the year with 309 million. Your business type activities had a positive change of 17.7 million. So you started the year with 188.5 million and ended the year with 206.2 million. Moving on to our modified accrual basis of accounting, page 24. These are under the modified basis of accrual of accounting. So basically, this doesn't include your long-term obligations and it doesn't include your capital assets. So I'm going to focus on the general fund because the general fund is the most important fund, one of the most important funds of a city. Your total assets there is 85.4 million. Total liabilities, 6 million. That's on page 24. So moving on to page 29, page 30 actually, sorry. Sorry, pardon. My sticky notes are not complying. Page 27 of the, this is the income statement of the modified accrual basis of accounting. General fund, total revenue, 213.7 million, and your total expenses, 200.5 million. One thing I wanted to point out is the transfers out. Transfers out of 22.8 million. Those transfers out of general fund mainly relate to support the EMS operation cost and also to fund capital projects like the city road resurface program, Southeast 6th Street Terrace Bridge, and the beach renourishment projects. So with that in mind, that caused the general fund to have a net change in fund balance, a negative 3.1 million, but that's attributed to those transfers. So you started the year with 82.3 million and ended the year with 79.2 million in your general fund balance. So moving on to your business type activities, page 30 of the document. So I'll talk about your enterprise funds in total. So in general, in total, your total assets for enterprise funds, which includes your utility, parking, stormwater, and various other smaller funds of the city, 305 million of total assets. Total liabilities of 104.7 million. And moving on to the income statement of your business type activities. So you have total operating revenues of 87.4 million and total operating expenses of 78.7 million. So overall, for all of your business type activities, you had a net positive change of 18 million. So you started the year with 191.9 million and ended the year with 209.9 million. So that's a very positive, healthy enterprise fund that the city has there. So moving on to notes to the financial statements. That's pages 41 through pages 117 of the document. So your notes to the financial statements outlines your accounting policies, also provides additional context to the balances appearing on the balance sheet and income statement of the financial statements. That brings Brings me to the end of our presentation of the financials. I'd like to open the floor for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate your work. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none? Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation, and congratulations once again, Ms. Furtado, for 13 years now.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to let you all know that the audited financials website tomorrow, and if you need any hard copy, commissioners, we have hard copies available as well.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it so much. All right. That moves us on to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Kervin?
Yes, Mayor, we have 11 speakers.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to give AP from Blanchila High School an opportunity to come up and give an update on Blanchila High School. I think she's in the lobby. Oh, she's here. This is Miss Rowe from Blanchila High School. She's the AP. Where's she going?
Ms. Rowe, we need you out here.
Okay, well, maybe we can go ahead and start with the audience to be heard and then have her come later.
Okay. All right. Sure, let's go ahead and proceed with audience to be heard. I'm sorry, Kervin, how many people we have signed up?
Originally, I did mention 11. It's actually 10 speakers who signed up to speak.
10 speakers. Very good. Let's go.
Okay. First speaker, Matthew Herman, followed by Jason Ortiz, followed by Ann Bosworth.
Very good.
Matthew Herman.
Just please give your name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Matthew Herman, 121 Northeast 8th Street, Pompano Beach. I'm pissed. How dare you put speed humps all around my neighborhood and not on my street? And I've been reporting this for 2 years. I nearly had a gun pulled on me yesterday. Kids have nearly been ran over in my neighborhood because of the negligence, not paying attention to what I brought up almost 2 years ago. This is my 3rd time here for this. I'm leading a neighborhood cleanup project, and Rhonda has seen the difference that I have made in that neighborhood, single-handedly, with nobody's help, no help from the city, besides an overlayment, which has caused the road to raise more, which I also brought up, sank my house. This is ridiculous. I have called the county. I'm tired of these dirty politics. I am Indigenous, Cherokee, two-spirited. Do not disrespect our Indigenous people with this. There's no more than 2 gender BS. I'm tired of all of this. Like I said, I've called the county. I'm no longer asking for speed humps. It's a demand. You don't do it, I'm calling the county back. We will find a way to do it ourselves. Do not endanger my neighborhood like this. It's not okay. Dirty politics, all this crap in the media and everything. I'll be back Pride Month to talk more about that situation. I am a community and LGBTQIA+ activist and former Mr. Gay Pride Houston, Texas, and I will not have someone push me aside because of ridiculous agendas and doging Pompano. So if any of you have anything to say, now's the time.
Well, Mr. Herman, I appreciate you coming forward. We'll look into what's happening with your speed.
Allison she came, but not knowing it was not her district.
Yeah.
She came, did some social media stuff. She tried to help me. Rhonda's put stuff through. I spoke to the city manager's office. What are you guys gonna do? There's speed humps currently going in. I've already spoke to Denise at Environmental Services, the street manager, everything. There's speed humps going in all around my neighborhood, but nothing on my streets. And I was told 2 years ago there would be survey lines. You know what? We don't need the survey lines anymore. It's a proven fact from all my neighbors. I almost had a gun pulled on me yesterday by yelling at someone to slow down when kids are walking home from school as school is being let out.
We will look into it and get back with you. That's, I promise you that.
Mayor?
Yes,
Just-
ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
How long?
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Alfred for your address as soon as we finish the meeting, so I can get with the city manager and find out.
You know I'm part
sorry,
of the
what?
community too. You know I'm part of the historical society. I volunteer and everything. So
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, that's, yes.
I'm trying to
I'd
be
like
a
to
good
find out.
citizen, but it's really irritating whenever I seem to be getting ignored.
Okay. I hear you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I've got Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Segerson Eden.
Thank you. So I am aware of where Mr. Herman lives, and I don't think that it would qualify based on our current criteria for speed humps, based on the volume of traffic and the speeding that you need. But it is close to a school, and this comes up in a lot of the neighborhoods where I represent also, Lions Park, near Cypress Elementary. Perhaps we need to look at our policy for speed humps closer to schools where we have more children walking to ensure that they are safe. And that might give us some more flexibility on some of these neighborhood streets that are near schools that don't meet the criteria. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to make sure that Mr. Stephanopoulos and Mario, and whether we've had a monitoring done for that area. It has been with all the speed humps that have gone into Old Pompano. Again, people avoiding the speed humps, they're now getting through differently, and which impacts the traffic. So maybe it's time to do another analysis of the traffic, the volume, the speeding on the street, on his street. I want to say 8th, but I'm not sure. And I'm going to text him about another matter that we had talked about a vacant property that we are in process of moving on. And so if we could maybe get with him and see where we are with speed studies and analysis. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, excuse me, Ms. Rowe is here. Excuse me, Ms. Rowe is here from Ely. She's ready to speak.
Okay, let's.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ms. Rowe, the Assistant Principal of the Year for Broward County Public Schools. I am also one of the Assistant Principals at Blanche Ely High School, and I am here on behalf of my principal, Mr. Williams. This is my first meeting, so I do apologize for the confusion. I do have some updates from the historic Blanche Ely High School. Blanche Ely High School is currently a B-rated school working towards achieving an A, earning 700 points. Currently, 96% of our seniors have met their math requirement, and 92% have met their reading requirement. All pathways lead to graduation. I also do have some operational updates. The Blanche Ely Community Clinic is now open, providing services to students, families, and the community, while also offering the nursing program students with hands-on experience. We do have some new upgrades in the Tiger's Den, just in an attempt to beautify our school because we are a very historic school in Pompano Beach. As far as special recognitions, Blanche Ely is ranked top in the nation as a Magnet School of Distinction for the 2025 school year. Congratulations to our boys basketball team and coaches for winning the Florida 5A State Championship. Congratulations specifically or especially to Coach McNabb, the first ever to win for both girls and boys varsity. A very special thank you to, well, a very, very heartfelt thank you to the City of Pompano for the proclamation for our boys basketball varsity team and for organizing the incredible parade. We are very, very grateful for the support for the community of Pompano, and we look forward to working with everyone as we truly work together to provide a brighter future for our students. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm next.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead then. Go ahead. No, I was just going to say back to audience to be heard. Very good.
You're
Appreciate it.
Jason
Thank you, sir.
Ortiz?
I was too fast, huh? Okay.
You're Jason Ortiz? Okay.
Jason Ortiz, 865 Northeast 23rd Terrace. I just completed a year-and-a-half compliance effort. So I stand in front of you, a compliant individual with the building code. It was not easy, but I have a couple things that I'm asking the commission for some attention. And I tend to be, as a 20-year veteran, one of those people that kind of get things done quickly as can be, but I also recognize that there's a lot of people that are trying to do the best they can with the policies and governance that are in place. So I acknowledge and recognize how much work went into getting me compliant, and there was a lot of people helping me do so. Back, I think of some things that could have been. I could have kept my pergola. And I was not afforded the opportunity because you guys don't have the same policy as other cities in Broward County, that when you have an approved permit, you are able to remove the compliance problem. That would have afforded me the time to go for a variance for that pergola instead of being forced to cut down the pergola with penalties, with a threat of penalties. So I'm asking for you guys to get in compliance with what other cities look at when it comes to getting an approved permit. My permit was to remove the pergola, but once it's approved, if the compliance was resolved, it would have afforded me the opportunity to pursue a variance, and I wasn't afforded that opportunity. So that's, $12,000 in replacement costs. And as a veteran, intending to move my rental property from California to Florida and ultimately be a resident here, that is a big financial impact on me. So I'd ask for that to be looked at. Another thing is not sectoring out types of permits. If I have a solar project that's approved, how does that relate to a short-term rental license? Why do I have to cancel a permit? And I even went today to try and reinstate that permit that was canceled because I couldn't do a short-term rental license inspection until the compliance issue was resolved. They would not reinstate a permit that was previously approved. So now we're dealing with more costs for submitting another permit. For me, these people are committed to their work, they're committed to compliance, they're committed to safety in building code, but they have some barriers that need your attention. And I think if you follow the guidance and direction of other cities where an approved permit gives you the opportunity to get a short-term rental license inspection, you don't have a year-and-a-half compliance efforts, unilateral compliance-driven dates that are established and threats of penalties to be somewhat of an abusive use of power. So those are the things that I'd recommend that we put some attention to untie the hands of those that are working every day to get these permits through. And just simply, $20,000 is not something I take lightly coming out of my pocket, and really people come with the best intentions, but need your help to remove those barriers.
Appreciate you going forward. Okay. We've made notes of it. Yes, thank you. Commissioner, very good.
So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Fessick?
Yes, so I wanted to just say thank you to Mr. Ortiz for coming, because since this was on the agenda as something completely different, of course, with site triangles, it sort of raised some questions, and it made a little bit more sense when I sat down, when I went to the property and I sat there and I saw these 6x6 stumps that were now level with the deck. And I've heard this issue before with some permitting, and I'm not sure if it's a code issue that Max might be able to help us with, or if it's something. But I seem to remember that when we work with developers and they have a site plan, that they're able to have some things run concurrently, and I'm just not sure if that's the same for residents as well that are just looking at homes. So, Max, do you know the answer to that question? I'm curious. So.
Your question is?
It's to Max. Yeah. Or to Codes or Mario, whoever wants to answer it.
Okay, well, Max, have you got an answer?
Max knows everything in and out so I'm sorry to call on you, Max, but I know that you're well-versed in every line of our code. Mario, yeah, ordinances.
Hi, good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner Development Services. I'm not sure if I understand the question. With site planning, we do allow concurrent applications that are zoning related. So if you have to obtain a variance prior to, like it's a subject of the condition of the site plan, that's something that can run concurrently. I'm not sure if I understand how it related to this subject matter, though.
Right, yeah, so it's, so exactly what he's saying is other cities are allowing, through the code system, but codes are enforced through what we said as our rules, right? So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, if there's an opportunity where we can look at where some other cities are doing, and that goes with codes and it goes with what we might need to do on our end with ordinances and zoning code changes that would allow residents to be afforded the same opportunity to not have to be linear in their process and be able to have a concurrent permits as well.
I expect that's the direction that
Right, and I'm just curious if that was the next question. I just wasn't sure if we had that yet.
I'm not really aware of exactly what we're referring to that the other municipalities do, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
And I'm open to exploring what that might be.
Mr. Harrison, do you think that's something we could look into so that we can make sure that other residents are able to get things done quicker and maybe with less penalty?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Berman, you want to chime in?
No, I just wanted to point out the main problem we've seen with the pergolas and these backyard structures are when there's water and electricity. These need to be permitted, inspected to make sure they meet with Florida Building Code. They also need for setback as well.
That's really on the agenda, though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on the agenda.
Well, that's the site triangle. We're talking about just the actual structure. I'm talking about the structure. And sometimes they're placed too close to side lines for fire code, things like that. That's why we require the permit. I just wanted to make that clear based upon some of the comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Very good. Next speaker.
Ann Bosworth, followed by Matthew Walsh, followed by Tondro.
Good afternoon. This is Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmaire Drive. Trust and transparency comes up a lot around here. I hear things often from residents, particularly in District 4 and parts of District 5, where they receive a lot of promises and then they don't hear anything back, and then they come here and they complain about something and they're kind of patted on their little heads and sent on their way, and they've been telling you the same things for 40 years. And so I started thinking about some of the issues that I have and questions that I have about trust and transparency. The first one is in my own neighborhood in Palmaire. And I'm wondering why the residents in Palmaire should trust you, our city, particularly our city manager who lives or owns a residence in Palmaire, and our city attorney who plans these things, that quietly but consistently promote the actions and the desires of developers in our neighborhood when we have a master settlement agreement that was signed by the city of Pompano that limits the amount of density there. There are efforts being made, and there is a lawsuit that's public challenging this idea of using flexibility units to supersede the density cap. Meetings have been had with local communities near the properties, but not with the entire community. The entire community depended on that master settlement agreement in order to purchase their units. They are protected under it, and they have no idea, because all the Kool-Aid that gets sold about the new downtown doesn't happen here, because nobody wants them to know that that master settlement agreement is not wanted by this city, and no one has asked us what we want to happen. I will also say that we shouldn't trust you with a city plan for a new downtown for 100 and some odd residents, or 100,000 residents, when 600 school kids don't have a cafeteria and don't have a roof on their school in Markham Park. You need to start prioritizing things. Put your stuff out there. If you don't want that master settlement agreement, you come and sell it to the whole community, not just little pockets of it, trying to get them to believe that this is an okay thing that's going to raise their property values. That master settlement agreement gets broken, and every single green space in Palmaire is up for grabs. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Matthew Walsh, followed by Tom Drone, followed by Susanna Machado.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Matthew Walsh, 2306 East Atlantic Boulevard. I'm the owner of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu Pompano Beach. I'm a martial arts instructor and a resident of East Pompano Beach. I came here to build something honest, something that helps people. But what I've come against isn't competition. It's not crime, it's influence. It's hidden power, the power that doesn't wear a badge or hold office, but still controls what happens in the city. I'm talking about what many of you in this community already know exists, a shadow government. Two people, Kim Breismeister and Chris Brown, ran this city's community redevelopment agency through their private firm, Redevelopment Management Associates. They were unelected, unaccountable, and while they were directing millions in public funds into redevelopment zones, they were also quietly buying up properties in those same zones through LLCs they controlled. City-funded improvements, private gains, all on whose watch? This isn't speculation. These purchases were reported publicly. Were they ever properly disclosed to the CRA board as required? When any conflict is exposed, legal cover is quickly applied. Justifications are handed out, so let's call it what it is. It's a manipulation of public trust. What I've experienced firsthand is what happens when that same manipulation is turned inward on local business owners. I was misled, overcharged, strong-armed under a lease that even seasoned attorneys struggled to interpret. Promises were made to my face and broken just as quickly, and when I began to raise concerns, instead of accountability, I received pressure. I delivered a formal demand letter to their attorney, David Black, outlining the financial misconduct I've been subjected to. So this isn't just a speech. It's important to me to make this public record. While I've been advised not to name Breismeister and Brown's legal representative, I will say this. Attorney David S. Black has recently contacted people close to me in what I can only describe as an attempt to silence criticism. Let me be clear. No email, no letterhead, and no legal pressure is going to stop me from standing up for my business and my community. I teach people how to stand up for themselves, and this city should do the same. Some of you in this room know exactly what I'm talking about. You've seen the tactics. You've watched the deals get pushed through. You stayed quiet. That silence is complicity. You weren't elected to sit back and protect those who manipulate the system. You were elected to protect the people of Pompano Beach. So here's the choice. Keep shielding them, or finally stand up for us. Stay quiet or show the city what real leadership looks like. Be a part of the solution or admit that you're part of the shadow government. Because after today, the public is watching, and if you stay silent, we'll know exactly who we work for. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Mayor? Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
Can I respond to that?
You can certainly comment.
Thank you. So, Mr. Walsh, right? Yes. That was pretty concerning to me, given the city's relationship with RMA and the principles of RMA. So they are longtime consultants to the CRA. They make millions of dollars off our city, and to advise us on economic revitalization in both the East and Northwest CRAs, which should be underpinned by supporting small local businesses. So I am sorry about your experience, because that's not what I would want for business owners here in Pompano Beach. But it's particularly concerning to me that it is coming from people who have, who help direct where money is spent in this city, where the CRA funding is spent. And I have, for a long time, had concerns about some of the potential conflicts with RMA, given the property that they own in the city, in particular in the East CRA, the property they own adjacent to the McNabb Botanical Gardens project, and their push to extend the East CRA, which obviously has direct benefits to them. So I will continue to talk about these conflicts and reach out wherever I need to at the state to ensure that we are doing everything on the up and up, because it is important to me with this huge downtown project coming that we don't even have an appearance of conflicts of interest, and certainly don't have any real genuine ones with our paid consultants. So I'm sorry about your experience, and thank you for speaking up.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fessick.
So, Mr. Walsh, I want to say thank you for coming. I know that sometimes public speaking, especially when it's a difficult subject and you're advised not to do certain things, or you have very real concerns and you feel that you need to stand up for yourself, I know that that is not something that is an easy thing to do. And to do that, I want to commend you for having the strength and truly leading by example. I am also, as many people are very well aware, very concerned about a lot of conflicts of interest. I am concerned about your experience particularly. I am concerned, much like Vice Mayor Fournier, about the, I would have to say, sort of just almost like a spider web in terms of how much things are intermingled over, that has happened over the course of time. And it's not all meant to be in bad, you know, with any sort of malintent. It's more so just because people get comfortable doing things. And so sometimes people kind of fall outside of those lines or may do those things. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm sorry for your experience. But I think it is a good opportunity for us, in light of all of the money that we are looking at spending and continuing to partner with consultants. If the way I look at it is, if you do, raise my children this way, if you do one thing and you learn to do one thing well, and it's a small thing, then you're going to do those larger things well, because you're going to pay attention to the detail. You're going to take the time to do it right. So the fact that as one small business and a local small business, you're having such trouble to get your thing done right, when you multiply that over larger projects, hundreds of acres, my concern, and millions upon millions of dollars, my concern is, I think we need to seriously look at what we're doing and maybe reevaluate some of that in some sense. So I wanted to thank you for coming forward, and I am, again, also sorry for your experience.
Very good. Next speaker.
Tom Drum, followed by Suzanne Machado, followed by Carlene Duncan.
Good afternoon. Tom Drum, 2700 Northeast 8th Street. Sorry about the walk. My beef, after living here for 45 years, is basically summed up in Mayor Hardin's editorial in the Sun Sentinel rebutting Audrey's. There has been a little cabal that has gone on in Pompano since I've moved here 45 years ago out of college. And it needs to stop. And I can understand why you wrote that and did the Facebook page right after she made some other comments. She is bringing light to matters that have been kept in the darkness for years. I personally asked for a forensic audit, and I was rejected even though I offered to pay for it. I don't believe some of the stuff that goes on around here. Number one, like selling the projects. I've gone to all those meetings. I never hear any of the bad stuff that people have said at those reported. I only see the happy comments about how wonderful it's gonna be. You already screwed up ingress and egress on Atlantic Boulevard. You're doing about the same on Dixie, and you're adding more units, more people, more vehicles. I still don't know if you're hoping for flying cars or what, but yes, I know they're developing them right here at Pompano Air Park, but all it is, and most normal people will tell you this, the builders have got you under their thumb. There isn't much green space. And what green space there is, for 5 years, it's been sitting at the corner of Northeast 22nd and Atlantic, and it's called the beautiful McNabb House. Boy, we sure can decorate that for Christmas, can't we? Come on. I mean, really, the biggest thing was to have that on national TV rolling down Atlantic. For what? The CRA to raise the flag, just like they did at Iwo Jima. Thank you very much, but I hope you change your ways, and I hope you keep digging, and I hope you keep digging, and I hope, where'd you go? You keep digging, because it's not right, and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Susan Machado. I'm here to speak for the agenda item 13, but it was taken off of the agenda for today, so I don't know if I should still speak to that. Okay. Aside from the obvious environmental problems that come along with removing the only sand dunes left on that portion of Briney Avenue and putting parking, which obviously affects the turtle nesting, storm surge protection, and makes a lot more trash accumulate in that area. There are several other concerns for those of us who live in that neighborhood, one of which is the infrastructure. You're creating 25 extra parking spaces, which is going to create a lot more traffic on a 2-lane road where there are lots of pedestrians, lots of bicycles, people walking their dogs, et cetera, and it's already very difficult to do that in a safe manner. And this is going to make it even worse. There are already existing parking spaces on Briney Avenue that I believe could be reworked in order to provide some more parking. Where there are currently 3 spaces in most of those areas, there could possibly be 4. So you would be adding at least 6 or 7 spaces right there with what already exists. As well, on the grass lot at the corner of Southeast 2nd and Briney and A1A, if you rework that, you could also get another 6 to 8 cars into that area. So you would be coming up with almost the same number of parking spaces without destroying our sand dunes. This is also going to have a big impact on the beach in front of there. If you recall, several years ago, the lifeguard station was removed from that beach. So now you're going to be bringing in all of these extra beachgoers to that space with no lifeguard protection. So it could put a lot of children at risk. And last but not least would be the neighbors who live right next to where these new parking spaces are planned. I've been in touch with one of their representatives. Unfortunately, he could not be here today, so he asked that I add into my speech that all of them in that condo building are against having this parking lot because those parking spaces will literally be right underneath their bedroom windows. So I'm here to express their opposition to this also. So thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Colleen Duncan. First of all, I'm not gonna be here that long. Y'all cut the cameras off. When people get on there to look at the city meeting, one lady called me and told me she got on at 6:30. The cameras was not on. Y'all need to keep the cameras on when they walk in and when they walk out. Because if somebody come in here when it's over and get the shooting, no cameras. Like I say, Rex, they done told you about Rhonda. You need to put her on a leash because what happened last night should have never happened. Because if she do that to somebody else, she gonna hit the ground.
Very good. Okay. Let's see. That concludes audience to be heard at the start of the meeting. Any further speakers will have to wait until the end.
Okay, Mayor.
Very good. Kervin, you also wanted to do a brief announcement concerning
Yes,
appointments?
thank you for reminding me, Mayor. Yes, we have wanted to make a public announcement to inform residents who are here in the audience and who are watching that we have opportunities to serve on our recycling solid waste committee as well as our golf committee. We're looking to drum up more participation in our advisory board. So if there's any residents here in the building or watching, please visit our website. At the bottom of the page, you'll see a link that will take you to the advisory boards, and you can review our boards online and fill out an application to serve. So we're trying to encourage as many residents to participate in our advisory boards. Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you staying on top of all that stuff. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a license agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and TEPM, Inc. for the use of the north exterior wall of the building located at 135 Northeast First Avenue for the painting of a mural pursuant to the Commissioned Artist Program, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Fasick. So, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I asked that we include some language to protect the city from an owner of a building where we put public art from putting a sign over it or making any kind of statements of their views next to our public art. So there's language that was added, but I don't think it goes far enough. Is it possible to just add language today that basically says the licensor shall not alter, cover, deface, fully or partially obscure the wall where the project is located in any manner with any covering or material? Because I'm concerned not just about the artwork itself being covered, but by someone putting a sign right next to the artwork so it looks like the artwork and the sign are affiliated, and they could put a sign that said anything. I mean, I could come here, I could list things, and it could be offensive to me, but not you. It could be, political views, cultural views. It could say, I love tariffs. It could say, I hate tariffs. It doesn't really matter what the flavor of the day is. I just am concerned that when we invest in these public murals, that we don't have other political or social views appearing to be affiliated with them. So can we, if we add the word like on the wall where the project is located, would that work, Mr. Berman?
It won't work for purposes of today. This is an agreement. It would have to be agreed to by the other party as to any change in language. So we can't change language to a contract that's been executed. I just want to point out that what was added was that the licensor shall not alter, cover, deface, fully or partially obscure the project rather in any manner with any covering or any material. So there won't be any signage on the artwork. That protects the artwork. Then the second addition was the license provided pursuant to this agreement authorizes licensee, that's us, exclusive use of the design location. The design location is the entire wall, whether the artwork covers the entire wall or not. They could put a sign up on it. We could ask that that sign be removed if it detracts from, or we have any reason from the artwork that's there. That's as far as I was willing to go in terms of rights people may have to put up signage as to address or the name of the business or numbers for the address. So that's the way I determined to handle it. I could make whatever changes the commission as a whole directs me to make, but we can't change it today and move forward without authorization from the other party.
So you interpret, or you've written the second part of that in there that would allow us, if we needed to come back and say, hey, there's something on the wall, that you could point to that provision and say that it's the project location, or what was the language again?
The language that's in there now says the license provided authorizes licensee's exclusive use of the design location. The design location is defined as, let me find it, that's the entire wall. Design location, here it is, the north exterior wall of TE, so it's the entire wall is defined as the design location. So we have the exclusive right to utilize that. If we don't like what's on there, we can put something else on it as well.
And my concerns, like I said at the last meeting, are more broad than just this location, because we are contemplating other large murals on Atlantic Boulevard, and I want to make sure that we are protected there too. Okay,
I
thank
just
you.
didn't want to trample anyone's First Amendment rights.
I don't either. I never do, but in this case, if
I
we're
didn't
going
say
to
you
pay
did
to-
either. I'm just saying that's why I worded it in that manner.
Right, it's complicated because once we're paying to put public art on it, there is some kind of tie to the connection to the city, so there's some sacrifice at that point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Concern or question was not necessarily related too much to the wall itself, but more so to the license agreement. I was going through some documents that I believe are more CRA related than city related, but we have had multiple items come up on the agenda with the same incorporated company, DEPM Incorporated, and so I'm just wondering how. I mean, this is a great deal for us, obviously, to have $10 to get the wall and painting, but how much are we? Notice that in other contracts we have an extensive amount of money with Old Town being developed. We have an extensive amount of money being applied to this company. So I'm just wondering on a city level, and I'm not sure who would be able to answer this for me or get it to me at another time, but I'd like to know how much we're paying as a city to this, or how much we have agreements with to this as a city, to TEPM or any other company related to, or person related to this company. Mr. Harrison?
Sure.
We can get that information for you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 4 is a resolution.
Mayor?
Yes?
Mayor, the approval of the consent agenda. Item number, there were items on the consent agenda that.
Oh, you're correct. Okay. Okay. Can I get a motion approving items 2, 3, and 5?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
We flipped the coin as to who would remind you.
Yeah, that's fine. Whoever wants to win, that's fine. Item 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the operating and management agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Pompano Beach Historical Society, Inc., for the operation and management of the Hood Center and Kester Cottages and related programming for the benefit of the public, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins and Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think this could be a great partnership with the City of Pompano Beach. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that, especially this historical society, that history is important to all of us, and that I want to make sure that the African American history is included, other history in the City of Pompano Beach, so it's well balanced throughout the city. Thank you.
Cassandra Lemasurier, Real Property Manager. It's interesting you bring that up, Commissioner, because they do a monthly event where they have a speaker, and this April's meeting will be the Rock Road Preservation Group that's coming to do the presentation for the Historical Society.
Who's going to be the speaker?
The Rock Road Group. They're actually the presenters at the April meeting for the Historical Society.
Okay. Did we receive an email, the commissioners, or anything about that?
Well, since it's run through the Historical Society, I don't think they typically email our commissioners, but they will have on their website the event, and they'll also post on social media, but I'd be more than happy to provide the meeting information to you so you know when that's occurring. I want to say April 17th, but let me double check that for you.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could send the commissioners, I know they have a website, you said that, but if you could send the commissioners an update on when they're having speakers and what they're kind of doing, since there's a partnership. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik.
So this, again, I was doing I went on a park tour with Mr. Boudreau, and so we drove past these Kester cottages, and there were some folks, hanging out there as well. So I was concerned, or just when I looked at the overlay on the map, it was just like a very small section of in between in the park, sort of next to the tennis courts. And so it's gonna, so we spent $40,000 for the maintenance of the Kester cottages.
The $40,000 is what's given to them for the operations. The city owns the Kester cottages as well as the Hood Center that serves as the museum. So we handle the maintenance and repairs of that. All the historical artifacts belong to the Historical Society. So the $40,000, most recently what they were using that for is bringing on the curator and the archivist so that they could be able to start digitizing the Pompano Beach history so that it was available for future generations. And then they're also doing, for this year, they already did the East Cottage, and I believe, and I may have this backwards, Mr. Post could correct me, but they're also doing the other Kester Cottage. They're changing the display that's inside that. So they use the money for their operations, their programming, their events that they offer. So our funding helps their operations because of the benefit they provide. We've had a partnership with them since 1976, and they were formed in 1974, so almost as long as I've been on this planet.
And just out of curiosity, the events, so this society, this is a historical society, is a 501c3?
Yes, they are nonprofit.
They're nonprofit, and they're able to raise funds by having tours or having events for their nonprofit this way?
Yes, they have fundraising drives, their events generate revenue, they seek grant opportunities, so the city is by no means their only funding source.
Great. And then again, the Pompano Beach Historical Society, just going through Sunbiz, I just noticed there's a lot of the same names, so I just wanted to make sure that that was pointed out as well. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Dominic Lewis, 400 Northeast 2nd Street. Just an observation to the Kester cottages. Number one, it's a beautiful park. I think it's very underutilized. I mean, for the amount of money that we spent, there's not a lot of people that are really going in there and really taking advantage of this. It would be great that we could get and pull in some of the local schools that are nearby, Markham Elementary, a lot of the private schools that are nearby, if that's something that the city is interested in doing, because why are we spending all these money and keeping these cottages there? And I could probably count on one hand how many times they're actually used throughout the year. That's number one. Number two, there's bocce balls. It's a very nice park. There's bocce ball, where you could actually play bocce ball courts. Same thing, one is maintained a couple times a year when the Canadians come down for the winter. And then the other court is, again, just not being maintained. So does that fall within the Kester Cottage and this nonprofit association that's taking care of it, or is that Parks and Rec? So I just want to make you guys aware that that bocce ball court needs to be tended to. And the last thing, and I don't know, it's abutted to this park, so I don't know if it's part of it, or again, Parks and Rec, but there's a park there that's right behind the Kester cottages there's homeless people sleeping in that park. There's no cameras, and even when my fiance's going there, she doesn't really feel safe. Sometimes there's kids playing there during the morning, and nobody's there attending. There's no security. There's no cameras. Great park, but just from an operational standpoint, I just wonder if there's something that we could do different, maybe better. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing that up. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion.
Just have one
Commissioner Smith.
One comment. I belong to the society, and there's family memberships. I know they would welcome more members to the Historical Society, so please consider that this next year.
Very good.
And then you'll get invitations to all the events.
Very good.
Just saying.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute work authorization number 3 in the amount of $298,848 pursuant to the agreement for landscaping installation and maintenance services between the City of Pompano Beach and Cutting Edge Industries, Inc. for landscape maintenance services for Atlantic Boulevard and Dixie Highway, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by by Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Fessig. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question on this item is, it's a pretty big deal. It's $300,000 a year to maintain the plants that we've put at Atlantic Dixie in lieu of the lane that used to be there. And why was this determined to be on the consent agenda?
Well, I was hoping to get in front of Earl's item, so that's why. No, in all seriousness, it should have been on the regular agenda, so that was my oversight. So,
How is that determined?
well, normally when you go into Granicus, there's a selection. You hit,
Okay.
consent, regular, and so I must have just hit consent.
Okay.
Wishful thinking.
Nice try. Sorry. So, like I said, I view this as a pretty important item. So this is a $300,000 a year agreement to maintain the landscaping that now is at Atlantic and Dixie, where we used to be able to drive our cars, and now we sit in gridlock. So we spent $46 million taking a lane out of the road and planting all these trees and plants. And it's unsurprising that there is an ongoing cost to maintaining what we did there, and that is what we're seeing here before us today. So I personally think that the taxpayers have suffered enough for this project and the amount of time that they've lost sitting there and the sacrifice of the neighborhood streets in District 3, that now asking them to pay $300,000 a year to maintain the plants while they're sitting there staring at them and not moving down Atlantic Boulevard is just a total slap in the face. So, I mean, I guess my first question is maybe some of the people who supported this project, like RMA and city management staff, and maybe even the mayor, want to chip in to help maintain it now, but I'm guessing you guys aren't going to volunteer to do that. So at a minimum, it feels to me like the CRA should be paying for this, since this is in the CRA and was a CRA-funded project. So why is the CRA not paying for it, and why is it in the city budget, Mr. Donovan?
I suspect, and I don't want to, I suspect the reason is this is considered a recurring normal expense, and I think the CRA would probably say, that doesn't fall under qualifying guidelines under the state statute for CRAs. Normal recurring services such as this is believed that should be budgeted in the general fund and funded as such.
Okay, so the CRA can make decisions that cost us expensive, ongoing, recurring cash flow, but then they're not responsible for it. Is that the 100% the legal answer, or can we ask the CRA to pay for this? Mr. Berman, can we ask? I mean, Ms. McKenna's not here. Can we ask if the CRA can pay for this?
You can ask, but I believe Mr. Donovan is correct. This is not an appropriate expense for CRA funds. But Ms. McKenna, who's the CRA's attorney, you can take that up with her. I'm not trying to be evasive. I believe Mr. Donovan's correct, and it's not an appropriate expense for the CRA. But the ultimate determination would be legal counsel for the CRA.
Can you think of anything else in the CRAs that the CRA currently maintains on an ongoing basis? Any parks?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay, so I can't support strapping the taxpayers with another $300,000 without a bid. There was no bid process here, and for something that I think the CRA probably should be paying for. But I also, for $300,000, we could hire a chief education officer in our city, something that we've been talking about. We need to, and probably get a lot more of our roads paved. There's so many basic needs that we have, and I agree. Now, this is going to become a basic need because we've planted this here, so we will have to do something. But why can't Public Works do it? And it doesn't appear that we bid this. So I am a little bit frustrated with the process of this just being given out and put on the consent agenda without any real competition or any idea of what the ROI is here for us. So I can't support this right now until I get some more answers. Thank you. Very good. Commissioner Fessig.
turn on the microphone, that would help. So I pulled this because, well, I was concerned about the cost and the dollar amount on the consent agenda. That was sort of one of the reasons why I was like, wow, that's a big number for just being an automatic, yeah, sure. So I wanted to ask a few more questions about it. Again, when I was going through some of the files that we got related to contracts a few months ago with city and CRA, there was a spreadsheet, and I remember kind of culling the names and noting that, and I'm going from memory, I have to double check whether it was a city expense or a CRA expense, but I believe it was a city expense, so I'll have to double check that. But in 2024, we had a significant outlay of funds for landscaping and to cutting edge industries, and no disrespect to Mr. Jankowski, because he runs a great business, and I know that we need a lot of his help that we do utilize, and I know he gives back to the community, so I want to make sure that I say that as well. I am also, excuse me, I'm also concerned about the fact that we should be shouldering this cost. If there's the new downtown is an ongoing project, and it's something that we are committed to, and we've extended the Northwest CRA in the attempt to continue to do this, then until that project is completed, I feel like kind of like when you buy if you get the keys, then it becomes your it's your responsibility to maintain. And so we as a city, we haven't really gotten the keys. I know it's a partnership between us, so if we could ask the CRA to potentially shoulder some of this, given that they are operating with a little bit more of the cash flow at the moment, that would be something I could support. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item?
Mayor, may I?
Seeing none, public input closed. Commission, Mr. Tran.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, Nguyen Tran, CRA Director. So for the record, Atlantic Dixie wasn't just a CRA project. CRA did fund 15 million of it. Surtax money was the other part, and also city. So it wasn't all us. For the record, maintenance of roadways is not a CRA eligible expense. We can do streetscape projects, but once we're done with it, we turn it over to the city. The city maintains the roadways. Similar to park improvements, we maintain, we put the improvements for the parks, such as Annie Gillis, and we turn it over to the city once it's done. So maintenance is not an eligible expense, and Ms. McKenna can clarify that for you from a legal perspective. Again, in the statutes, CRAs cannot pay for items in the city's CIP fund. This is a maintenance item. It's in the CIP. We don't pay for items like that. Also, CRA Trust Fund is very specific. It cannot be used for a slush fund to meet city obligations.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few questions, Nguyen. What do you mean this is in the CIP?
Is maintenance of roadways in the whole city budget, capital improvements, any of that stuff?
I don't believe it's in the CIP.
I'm just saying what's not eligible for CRA
Okay.
spending.
So I believe this was 17.3 million from the CRA of about 46 million, so that's about 38% of it came from the CRA. So perhaps there's a way to find 38% of this to be funded. So maybe some of the trees, maybe we can go through and look at the proposal and see if any of it, because sometimes some of it's replacing things. So maybe the replacement of certain plants can be not considered maintenance, but considered new projects.
It is not eligible.
Thanks, Nguyen.
Very good. Further Commissioner Smith.
This item is already a budgeted item for this year, correct?
This item is being funded out of the Special Purpose Fund 112, so yes.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Followed by Commissioner Fessick.
Okay. This, well, it says Atlantic and Dixie. Is this company allowed to work outside of this area?
Sure.
They are. Okay. The reason I asked that question because I was speaking with staff last week asking if we can get some extra public work workers into the Northwest because it's not well kept in a lot of areas in the Northwest. So we do need all the help we can get outside of this particular company. I mean, outside of, Public Works. So I think Public Works is very stretched out with what they're doing, and I feel like the district is lacking a lot. So I've asked for staff to try to see if we can get more workers. And if we can get this company to do work into other areas, that would be great. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fasick, followed by Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Okay, so the one question I did have was related to I'm looking at Atlantic and Dixie Highway Phase 2. So do we have, or have we had, or should we expect to see more of these coming across for other areas of the city?
Yes, with as we either do capital projects or the bond projects, as we add inventory, we need to evaluate whether we want to look at contracting out or doing with in-house forces. So to answer your question, yes, more will be coming forward.
Okay, and just you got lucky and it got placed on the consent agenda. In the future, is it something that we can put on the regular agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure if I had said it in my previous comment before, but it was, the number I came up with was $711,028.07, and that was the total amount that we wrote out to this company. So I'm just trying to think ahead, especially before we head into budget. If we're adding all of these landscaping, and which of course sometimes it's beautiful, potentially maybe looking forward, there may be some opportunities to use either native low-growing plants or something that doesn't require a lot of water. So, because I'm sure we have to water these things. I'm sure there's sprinklers. I'm sure there's now, to help them stay beautiful and green. But I'm sure there's some, maybe looking into different options since we as a city are going to be maintaining them. And then just for other projects or future projects as we continue to move forward. And maybe we can take some of that money and reallot it towards paving our roads or other projects that I know that we desperately need funds for. One last thing, Mr. Jankowski, I wanted to say that I also went to the Patricia Davis Community Garden, and I was told that you were helping out, you and your team were helping out over there. So I wanted to say thank you for that, because that went over and above and beyond what you needed or were required to do. So thank you.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think as we go forward into the budgeting process, we have done these landscape projects and streetscapes, and with the geo bond, we've done streetscapes, chicanes, and other beautification that does need to be maintained. And I think if our house looks dirty and we're not taking care of our investments and what we've done in our streetscapes, it's going to look bad. It will have a bad reflection on the city of Pompano Beach. So this is this cost of looking good. It's like getting your nails done every week. So I think it's something that we should do. And I think the budget for Public Works needs to be looked at to be increasing as we are taking on more and more beautification and landscaping projects. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Can you believe I agree with her? I wanted to say to Jim, thank you for the work you've done at the Patricia Davis Garden. Very nice. I've taken a lot of pictures. You've done a great job there. And I think you trimmed the trees, I think, at the Northwest Library, the park there. You did a wonderful job there, so I wanted to thank you for the work there, because it's so needed in that area. Thank you so much.
Very good. Mr. Donovan, wasn't this bid at some point in time? Maybe not this exact project, but the work that this company does for us?
Yeah, there was a RFQ put out in 23 regarding landscape services.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Now, there's been some questions here about why are we doing this? Why not have Public Works? Can you answer that?
Yeah, in this case, it's cheaper doing it than with Public Works.
So it's cheaper to contract out than it is to have our own public works do it. So that's a cost savings to the taxpayer. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So by doing this today, we're saving dollars. If we want to keep our city looking good, we're saving dollars by contracting out rather than having our own public works do the work. Very good. And it has been gone through a bid process, not this particular job, but overall this company. Yeah, I've got Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Fessick, of course.
Yes, I want to just clarify what you said. Yes, there was a general.
Oh, I'm sorry,
There was
want
a
to clarify
general,
what I
well,
said?
there was a general landscaping bid that we approved years ago, but this specific project was not bid.
I did, okay, I said that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Got it.
Vice Mayor, I appreciate it, because no, that's exactly what I just said. Commissioner Fessick.
Okay. Mr. Jankowski, I'm so sorry, but would you mind, because I know that you know everything that there is about running your business and the costs and everything. I have a hard time, and maybe I'm not understanding. How is it that he can run his business and make money at $298,000 for this project, and we who have trucks, staff, is it more manpower? How could it cost us more to do this?
It's fringe rates.
I'm sorry?
With landscaping services, we pay very good fringe rates. Where out in the market, the fringe rate is not as high. Health, pension, stuff like that.
Okay. Right, that's fine. Well, that's fine. It's cost of doing business. But I mean, is that kind of a way that we just, if by saying we have to pay somebody's insurance or health insurance, then we shouldn't do it internally because we should just hire consultants for everything? I mean, that's kind of those are just concerns because we're looking at every penny and we're going to continue to look at every penny. But all right, thank you.
Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes for this one.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, acknowledging appointments by the mayor and/or city commissioners to fill the positions on city boards and committees, providing for membership terms, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Fessick. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask if anything had changed in our dialogue with EDC, given that we, at our last meeting, voted down a nomination to EDC, given that they are not offering equal representation to all of us. Has anyone had any further conversations with them?
Vice Mayor, I have not received any changes on that matter. I am planning to continue to work with Commissioner Fezzik to see how we can work through that. But I haven't wanted to speak with her first to explore different options on how we can make that happen. But for now, I haven't heard any updates from the Economic Council personally. I don't know if anybody else has, but I haven't personally.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fessick?
Well, since it came up on the agenda, listen, I was just only to pull this to take the time to make this statement. I understand that Commissioner Segerson-Eaton also has, as part of this consent agenda, also has a nominee to a board, and I don't want her to deny her the opportunity to appoint her I'm sorry, well, no, not Smith for the EDC, but I believe Kervin said that you also had it for a separate board, that you had something you had a nominee for, and that would, just to fill some positions on a committee. I am still really, really not pleased with how the reaction has been on behalf of the EDC. But I did go back and I was looking through the bylaws, and I got an email from Ms. Carrie Ann Worley, and Tom DeGiorgio was copied on that email. I did have a good conversation with her just after being elected, before selection began, and a long conversation over coffee about how much we loved Pompano Beach. At no time during that 3-hour coffee conversation did she mention, while we were talking about Parks and Rec, that she was already on the EDC. So I had no knowledge of her actually being on the board. I did look at the bylaws, and it just says City Commission of City of Pompano Beach Commission appointees. The commission shall appoint 6 directors to the Board of Directors as follows. Each commissioner shall have the power to appoint 1 director to the Board of Directors, and mayor shall have the power to appoint 1 director to the Board of Directors, using the criteria above as a guideline. So while I appreciate that they have a 3-year term, that's fine. Our former vice mayor made her appointee, and Ms. Worley can serve her time, but I am a commissioner, and I would like to appoint 1 director. And internally at the EDC, they can figure out how they want to maybe keep Ms. Worley as a part of the council, if possible, but then that way we can kind of work it out where they can still serve with, but then that's just a potential opportunity to try to resolve an issue that I see if they don't want to change the years. So, it would just give me an opportunity to have a voice on in the council. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, Mayor, may I?
Sure, of course.
Yes, Commissioner Fezzik, we can definitely work with them and reach out and point that out that you just mentioned and see if they would reconsider review. And I am fully committed to working with you. And I know, if you recall, I did bring the matter to your attention, noticing that and also seeking to have Commissioner Smith to agree at the time just to defer her appointment so that way we can concentrate and get that response from them. But I just want to reassure you, I'm here to work with you, and we'll work together to see if we can get the EDC to reconsider, or at least look at a different options. Either way, we'll work with you.
Yes, thank you, Kervin. And you have been absolutely very helpful in this process. Commissioner Smith, I went through your appointee's background information, and he seems like a very nice person and somebody who I hope will serve the council well. I want to thank you for being patient and allowing them the time to, as Kervin explained to me, to allow them the time to respond and delaying your appointee. So I wanted to publicly thank you for that as well. I am not going to withhold your right to have an appointee on the EDC at the moment. If we do not hear back, Kervin, I'm going to go ahead and just say if we do not hear back and we can't find a resolution by our next meeting, then I think maybe I'll try to see what we need to do to, or what I would suggest. I don't know, but I would really like to find a resolution, and I'm willing to work with people. I think that's I want to be represented by somebody that has a voice that echoes mine, as any appointee would, as anybody who would have an appointee would want. And so, but I absolutely want to take away anybody's right to serve on a board that they were appointed to either. So I'd love to work together with this to make this a resolution, and I will not stand in the way of this further. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the Commissioner Smith.
I just want to make a comment to the other commissioners. If you've never visited the EDC's meetings, I encourage you to. I know Commissioner Perkins, I've seen her at the meetings when I was serving on that board. It is a very inclusive group. It represents all of Pompano Beach. It's high-powered, high knowledge, fast pace, and very well led. So I understand your concern of wanting your own representative, but I'm just want to tell you all of Pompano is represented there. And I appreciate you letting my appointment go forward, and we can just encourage you to go visit and attend one of the meetings.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Singer-Siddiquen?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 8 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and RWRS East LLC for water meter testing, calibration, and as-needed repairs, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Nathaniel Watson, Utilities Field Superintendent. The item before you is a agreement to go ahead to test, calibrate, and repair city meters. We roughly have about 350 large meters into the system, and that grows with the development that we're having within the city, the positive growth that we're experiencing. And we test these meters to make sure that they're accurate, but the meters also represent the cash registers that actually pay for the utility work that you all expect to be done. So it's also a requirement of our regulatory permit. We do have a permit from South Florida Water Management where we pull raw water out of the state's ground, and this requires that we account for every drop of water that we utilize in testing these meters as well too.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to be short. My name is Wayne Vereen.
Oops, wait, Mr. Vereen.
Wayne Vereen, Pompano Beach, Florida, address 2420 Northwest 7th Street. I did receive a letter in the mail, and it was something concerning water testing backflow. Could someone give me a little more information on that?
Yeah, well, that is not what we're dealing with here, but yeah, if you could just
Yeah, because
give Mr. Watson afterwards.
I got a letter in the mail concerning that, so.
He can, if you can get with him afterwards, that'd be great, all right?
I get your card.
Yep, absolutely.
Later
Right after this.
Thank you.
Great.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, Mr. Watson, the water meter testing, is that for individual homes?
It's just for large meters. Large meters for the city is meters that are 3 inches and larger, 3 inches to 12 inches. Your typical residential property is a 3/4 meter up to 2 inches. So we do not test for those. A lot of the new meters that we're putting in, the smart meters, they come calibrated, and they calibrate for low flow. This is just really for our large users where they use quite a bit of water. Where we want to go ahead and test and make sure that their consumptive use, what we're charging them, but also what the city is getting back in return is accurate.
Okay, all right. The reason I asked that is because about, I guess maybe 4 or 5 months ago, my water was turned off because the city was changing something or doing something, and it was only off maybe 5 minutes or so. But I still think when you're doing whatever you do to the water meters at the individual homes, residents need to be informed ahead of time. Even if it's just 2 minutes, you need to know.
I totally agree,
Because
Commissioner.
you're thinking, did I pay my water bill? And you never know they're outside until you see them. So I walked outside and wanted to know why. Was my water off? And I don't know what they were doing, but it was back on in a few minutes. Still, the residents need to be informed if that's going to happen to their individual homes.
And that is typically our practice. I'll look into that matter to see what took place, Commissioner, but we like to inform the public on any utility matter beforehand, unless it's an emergency.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So I just have one question for you. You mentioned that this is for 3-inch to 12-inch meters. They're mainly for our largest consumers. Who would that be, in your opinion?
That would be industrial, it could be commercial, it can be multifamily. For instance, the development that's taking place over at the Pompano Center, that development requires large meters. So it's really your more commercial and industrial customers.
Okay, and are we doing these for new developments, or are we making these changes for new developments, or are there existing meters we're replacing? Or is there a difference, like replacing some and adding more?
So what we try to do, Commissioner, is that we go out and test existing meters. If they're still within their lifespan, we try to be fiscally responsible, that making sure that that meter is still accurate until it goes into a state that we actually need to replace it. So we test what we have out there as existing. For those meters where we need to replace, then we replace it. If it doesn't meet the criteria within certain spec of testing, this particular vendor has the ability to go ahead and repair and calibrate. But if it's outside of spec, then they will come back to us and say, this has reached this end of life, you need to look at replacement.
Okay, and one final question related to new development specifically. Are these meters close to the facility, I'm assuming, or on the facility or the building?
Typically, and this goes just about for all meters unless there's a unique design situation, we like to place the meters just behind the recorded property line. It makes for ease of access and maintenance for the utility, and it does not encumber the adjacent property owner's space for whatever needs or things that they want to do.
Okay. And this might be a conversation for, again, as we're moving forward. Is there we talk about infrastructure and the cost of doing business and the cost of these new developments going up and, all of that. Is there any way where we can potentially offset some of these costs with new development fees, like for any of those meters that would require a new, be part of a new development that would force us to need to run that large size water?
So currently, we do have several ordinances that are in effect for a lot of these large meters. If they're not dedicated fire meters, we do assess what is called an impact fee. So the development, regardless of whether it's multifamily or whether it's commercial in nature, they do pay an impact or their impact on the system with regard to water.
Perfect.
And the same can be said with regard to the smaller ones as well, too.
Perfect, thank you. And I think we may have talked about it at some point, but maybe, I'm not sure when the last time we looked at what that fee was, but we may need to, as everybody else is moving with the times and changes in costs, we might want to look at those as well. But
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 9 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Evoqua Water Technologies, LLC, for odor control and corrosion services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Randy Brown, Utilities Director. This is the second reading of ordinance, and there's been no changes.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Tom Drum, 2700 Northeast A Street. What I'd like to know is this odor control for residential water use or the Oasis?
This is, Mr. Brown?
This is for wastewater.
Yeah.
It locks up the hydrogen sulfide and doesn't allow it to corrode the inside of our wastewater pipes.
So, yeah, this is wastewater.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with the irrigation?
No, sir.
Oh, because that's one of the biggest complaints in my neighborhood is the purple water. Number one, stinks, and number two, stains people's cars. I mean, I know people that have it that have turned it off and have gone back to regular water because they can't park their car in their garage. So that's why I asked, because if it was odor control for the reclaimed water, they weren't doing a very good job. All right, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 10 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a lease agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and PB Kiosk LLC for the city's beach concession kiosk located at 20 North Pompano Beach Boulevard, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Very good. Just and before we get into that, I just want to point out Mr. Watson is walking out there, and I saw Mr. Vereen also, so hopefully they can hook up out in the lobby area with his question. Very good. Ms. Lamassier.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Cassandra Lemasturier, Real Property Manager for the City of Pompano Beach, and I also have our Recreation Director, Mark Boudreau, joining me as well because this lease is under the oversight of his department. So the item before you today is a lease for the city's beach concession kiosk that's located at 20 North Pompano Beach Boulevard. I wanted to do a brief presentation about the history of the kiosk, how it came to be, the solicitation history, and then some of the key points of the lease that would be of interest. All of this information was included in the backup as far as the lease terms and solicitation history, but I thought it would be interesting for some of the folks that maybe haven't been in Pompano back in 2011 to know that this actually started out its life as a maintenance building. And when the CRA did its beach renovations and the Pompano Beach Boulevard Streetscape project, it was converted over into the concession kiosk. So what you saw as a maintenance building, you now see on the right side of the screen became that kiosk when they did all of the improvements at the beach. So for the solicitation history, after we did the renovations to the kiosk, a request for proposals was issued and the property was leased to D. Maria Properties from May of 2013 through August of 2023. The city issued a new request for proposals for management and operations of the beach kiosk February of 2023, and we received 4 proposals in response to that solicitation. May of 2023, the City Commission approved the ranking that was provided by the Independent Evaluation Committee and authorized staff to negotiate a lease with the highest ranked proposer, PB Pier LLC. PB Pier LLC formed and registered PB Kiosk LLC with the Florida Division of Corporations for the specific purpose of entering into the lease with the city. So the condition of the kiosk, and I don't know if you all can see it, it's hard on these screens, but it's starting to show its age a little bit. It's almost 13 years old. It's located over on the beach. It's subject to corrosion. And so when the request for proposals was issued, it did require the tenant investment of a minimum of $100,000 to improve the kiosk. In this case, the tenant is actually going to be investing a minimum of $2 million to build a new kiosk. It's going to have a larger kitchen so they can offer an expanded menu. These were the renderings that were actually included in the proposal for the kiosk. It shows a 1,511 square foot beach kiosk building with public restrooms, and that's going to be replacing the existing 451 square foot building. And these are the elevations. They're also included as an exhibit in the lease. They were approved by the Architectural Appearance Committee July of 2024. Additionally, there was a minor site plan with a development order that was issued June of 2024. I thought it was important to note, you see the approved minor site plan and the red line that's around that on the left? That's the lease area. And if you look on the right, that's the aerial of the existing kiosk. The lease area for the new kiosk stays within that footprint, so it's not extending beyond that sidewalk that surrounds that kiosk, so it's not enlarging the footprint of the kiosk per se, but the building itself. So the floor plan for the new kiosk, you have the shared public restrooms. You also have the kitchen area that's larger, the addition of walk-in freezers and coolers, and then you see the customer service areas in purple. So the concept that was submitted by the proposer was a coffee counter and a gyro stand, which is a nod to their Greek heritage. They also included a sample menu with pricing. It's important to note the lease does specify that the core menu items and those prices are subject to the city's approval so that we can ensure that they're market rate. And the lease terms. So the kiosk is going to be named the Sandbar at Pompano Beach as a nod to the prior Sandbar concessions that it operated under. It's going to be open daily from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Alcoholic beverages have to be consumed on the premises and they can't take them off site. Plastic straws and styrofoam products are prohibited since this is over by our beach area. Only non-glass items are allowed for beverages and food since it is in close proximity to the splash pad. The shared restrooms will serve both the kiosk patrons and the public, and the tenant is going to be responsible for all maintenance, repairs, as well as their utility costs. As far as the development timeline, which this is also an exhibit to the lease, the design was already approved in June and July of last year. The permits anticipate for the demolition and construction to be issued by October of this year. And then the lease requires that no later than April of 2026, the construction will be completed and the certificate of occupancy issued. And then the grand opening should occur by no later than spring of 2026. So as far as the lease term and the rent, the initial term of the lease will be for 20 years, and there is one 10-year extension option. The minimum base rent that is guaranteed to the city that's paid monthly for years 1 through 5 will be $60,000. Years 6 through 10, that will increase to $66,000. And then in subsequent years 11 through 30, it's going to increase by 7.5% every 5 years. Now, in addition to this minimum rent that's guaranteed to the city, there's also a percentage rent, which is 5% of the gross revenue that's in excess of the breakpoint calculation or the threshold amount, and that would be paid annually to the city. I included this chart just so you can see how the minimum rent changes with the increases throughout the life of the lease, as well as how that percentage threshold amount goes up because it's a multiplier against the minimum rent, so it's a math function. But I think the most interesting scenario is probably looking at what the actual revenues could be to the city. The more successful the tenant is operating at this location, the more revenue that the city gets because of the percentage rent. So if you take an assumption that they're making $2 million in gross sales a year, in addition to our minimum rent of $60,000 in the first 5 years, you're actually going to get an additional $40,000. So the annual rent income to the city is not $60,000, but it would be $40,000. If you take that same scenario at $2.5 million, there's an additional $65,000 that the city gets in the percentage rent, making our total rent revenue $125,000. Same scenario, but with a $3 million in gross sales, now you're getting an additional $90,000 in percentage rent revenue. So that would be a total of $150,000 each year in rent revenue. For comparison purposes, our prior lease had a minimum base rent that was $33,000 a year. So just in the first 10 years of the life over your base rent, you're going to be making an additional $630,000 in city revenue. That concludes my presentation. I'm available, and we also have Lou, the tenant, here as well if you have any questions about his operations.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Commissioner Fessick?
So I have some questions and concerns that are not related to, it's related to this project, but well before we got to this point. I went to East CRA Advisory Board meeting back in probably March of, or I think it may have been March of last year, and maybe it was even prior to that. And the conversation was about the beach shack, and there was a proposed, everybody was saying there was something proposed or coming. And there were some residents, especially the small businesses that are along Atlantic, that would have jumped at the chance at the time to have the opportunity to try to even know that there was an opportunity for them with the RFP. They all said that they had no idea when I said, "Oh my gosh, this is great! I went to this meeting and blah blah blah." And I went to the Bryony specifically because they are always doing events with Music Under the Stars, so they were not aware of this. I know previously. What is the size, a couple things. What was the size of the existing building? What is the size of the existing building?
The existing building was 451 square feet.
Okay. And you said the lease area stayed the same, which is the 1.72 acres.
No, the lease area is actually 5,622 square feet when you count the grounds surrounding the building. The new building itself is 1,511 square feet.
Okay. So we're tripling the size of the building. And the lease area is the same, or the lease area is larger?
So in the prior lease, they really just looked at the building square footage that was reported as the leasehold interest, but because they're actually doing ground-up construction for site plan purposes, the lease area is larger because they do have some drainage that's extending off to the west in the sand area. So while they're not necessarily utilizing that, when they go to get all of their permits, they have to have that included in the lease area. So the ground lease area itself is the 5,600 square feet.
Okay, so previously we were leasing whenever the shack was open, we were leasing that for $30-something thousand a year.
$33,000 a year.
$33,000 a year for 451 square feet. And and now there's gonna be a larger building, which we start at 60, and we have a rev share. Did we have a rev share on that first one as well?
Do we have, it did offer up to 12% if they increased above a percentage rent. However, when I reviewed our their revenue reports and our rent reports, it appeared that that was not the case where they were exceeding that. So typically the city was only receiving that minimum base rent.
Okay. I'm a little concerned with the fact that there's also going to be, you mentioned market rate food, and it would be really wonderful from the comments that I've heard from people, and I understand that as a business it's going to have to operate to make money, but there's been a lot of comments from people about some of the newer restaurants in our beach area that they almost feel like by the time they pay for parking and they get everybody to the beach, that they feel a little bit priced out by some of these things. So I was really happy to see like the $9 item on there, as an option to keep it inexpensive. But of course, like you mentioned, those prices are subject to change based on, of course, costs and things like that. But my concern is that we have the W that's about to break ground right there, and we have this this is right by our Great Lawn. I mean, it's a very highly trafficked and utilized area, and so was there any? And as for the existing building, I understand that it was also a maintenance building or a former maintenance building, but yes, living on the beach, I am 100% aware of how quickly things can look like they're falling into complete disrepair. We had a brand new roof put on, and I don't know, probably 5 years ago at this point, and it's a 40-year concrete roof, and we already have rust on the metal facing. So it's 5 years old. So I understand that things can be made to look like. To me, when you showed me the picture, I'm like, okay, it needs a fresh coat of paint and maybe some, new slats. Was there something functionally wrong with the kitchen itself or the shack itself that we couldn't use it as is?
It wasn't necessarily that we were looking to not use it as is with improvements. The improvements for $100,000 could have been the fact that it was an extended shade canopy or a different type of outdoor seating area. So we didn't specify the nature of the improvements. We also didn't specify that a new kiosk needed to be constructed. It happened to be that that's what the top-ranked proposer was proposing. This went through our typical solicitation process, so it was posted on the city's website, it was advertised in Sun Sentinel, it went out to 121 registered bidders in the system. What I do encourage everyone always that I speak to, if they're a Pompano Beach business, if you even think there might be an opportunity with the city that you're interested in, please register in the city's e-bid system. It's free of charge, and it's the one way we have of being able to notify people when we do issue solicitations.
I would agree with you. That would be a wonderful thing to do. I also think that maybe what we can do is partner with our marketing team, potentially Mr. Harrison, of course at your discretion, but to incorporate some of these great opportunities that we have within the city to attract local businesses or to help work with local businesses that would like these opportunities and make sure we get that word out, not to even know that they could be part of the e-bid system or try to promote any of these opportunities as they come along. So that's just as an aside. Is it standard that we do a whole DRC process before we execute a lease agreement?
It was at the tenant's option if they wanted to do that. They understood it was at their own risk because their lease had not been approved yet, but in order to be able to be ready to go as soon as the lease was approved, they opted to go ahead and go through that minor site plan approval process.
Okay. Just because I understand the RFP, but I have a question about how many applicants there were.
So when they sent that out, the number of proposals received were 4 proposals.
4, okay. And what were the qualifications that led to this particular candidate to be chosen?
Well, if you're asking about the particulars, there were scoring criteria that were included in the request for proposals that respondents were to address when they submitted their proposals. As far as the procurement process, what then happens is a selection evaluation committee is formed, and they're given scoring sheets, which are identical to those criteria and the available points that were in the request for proposals. They then review the proposals independently, meet as a committee, and score them. So that's how they select. As far as going back to the actual information inside that was actually presented to the City Commission May of 2023 when the ranking was approved.
Okay. I only have one more question for you. And it's more of a comment, and maybe it will lead to a question. It came to my attention that there was a previous sort of agreement with another local business owner regarding the shack, that this business owner was under the impression that they would have the opportunity to take over the shack, had done the paperwork, and was asked to resubmit the paperwork, and subsequently would have been willing to invest money, but was never told that that was part of the process, and was not considered, did not understand that was told later that was the qualifying decision, the choice to invest $2 million rather than whatever it would take. And subsequently, he was disappointed in the way that unfolded. So I'd like us to. This is on the beach. My biggest concern is the construction costs. My biggest concern is expanding that space when we technically lose more of a park. I like the idea of revenue, so I'm not, and I like the idea of having a grab-and-go thing. I am concerned that some of the local businesses that are there along Atlantic may also have a concern because they've already lost a lot of their core business to our, as they've lost a lot of some of their revenue because there's no signage or there's no sign paths from our newly created beach area with lots of restaurant options. And I know there's something for everybody there, but I know that that's what I'm hearing from the business owners, that they would really like to have more of a connectedness. I think maybe this might bring that to help bring things back and forth, but I would just like in the future if we could try to, one, make people very well aware of it, and because this is helpful, because you said, yes, if you're a local business, please sign up and learn the e-bid system, but I would like to see if we could really push to encourage our existing local businesses instead of the people who have signed up, the 161. I mean, my goodness, how many businesses do we have in the city with business licenses? I mean, I would like to see that go out to those lists of people and everybody be given the opportunity. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. I've got Vice Mayor.
I just have a couple of really quick things. Given that the last building didn't last very long, so this is a 20-year lease with a 10-year extension, so we expect this to last 30 years and be still look okay, and they are responsible for maintaining it, correct?
That is correct. Any repairs, any replacements, all maintenance, that's on the tenant's dime.
Okay, because I don't want it to start deteriorating like everything does at the beach. And if the last building only lasted 13 years, it concerns me that we have a 30-year lease here. And then the only other thing I want to say is let's try and make it as environmentally friendly as possible. I was using a cup the other day that I got somewhere, and it said this cup will be soil in however many days or weeks, so it was kind of cool. So let's try and do that as much as possible there. And I guess the other concern, my biggest concern down there is parking. So we've got to start talking about that more with losing the surface parking lot. But that's not a conversation for today, or at least for right now. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, let's take a 10-minute recess. Russ. It's all good, it's all good. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Once again, Pompano Beach City Commission meeting, April 8th, 2025. Thank you for the brief recess there. Item number 11 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 as zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.4303 standards for specific accessory uses and structures to modify the standards and setbacks for a gazebo, by amending Section 155.5203 landscaping to remove references to the rear yard corner triangle, and by amending Section 155.5302 fences and walls to remove standards related to the rear yard corner triangle, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. So I probably don't have to remind everyone that we have a prevalence of tikis and chikis and gazebos that are not in compliance with our ordinance in the city.
Excuse me, Max, do you mind pulling the mic a little closer?
I don't. I'm sorry. I'm recovering from a cold.
Just pull it a little closer.
You can hear me okay?
No, I can't hear you very well.
Now?
Better.
Okay. Okay, very well. So within our code, we have a few sections. One where there's a requirement for the setback of an accessory structure to not be closer than 15 feet to a rear property line abutting a waterway. Another, which is the specific standards for a gazebo. And then the third being the requirement for an unobstructed rear yard corner triangle. And so that defines this rear yard corner triangle area abutting the waterway where there is no element permitted above a height of 3 feet, whether it's a structure or landscaping or fence or wall. And so residents typically prefer their tikis and chikis as close to the water as possible, and typically within the rear corners of their properties, which puts it in conflict with all of the standards that I've just mentioned. So the general solution proposed here is to eliminate the standards for the rear yard corner triangle. So the fence heights, the vegetation transparencies, the structures and obstructions over 3 feet, and as well as to create a setback exemption for gazebos, tikis, and chikis, allowing for them to abut the waterway with no overhang. So here is anonymous properties within the city of Pompano Beach. I put this here for an example. I came across this on accident. I wasn't looking for this specific thing, but while I was roaming around, I found that there's these properties all in a row where there are tikis abutting the waterway and either fences or vegetation running right along to the property line. I don't have any objections to this. I think that this is a very typical condition. However, it is in conflict with our ordinance. We aren't unique in having this challenge. Here's a photo I found today from Deerfield Beach. In their code, they have a standard for no obstructions within 15 feet of the waterway, and they have a requirement for transparency only for the side facing the waterway. I thought that was a little weird. But to point out that there's the structures all along the back within that area where they have that required setback for accessory structures. Additionally, in Fort Lauderdale, they have requirements for no structure within 10 feet of the waterway, and transparency is required within the 10 feet abutting or approaching the waterway. Not all of these properties have structures. Some do, you can see here. The others have fences and hedges that run right up to that property line. So the standards within our code, right at the top of our accessory uses standard, we have this kind of caveat that unless there's a provision within the use-specific standard that states otherwise, no structure is permitted within the rear 15 feet. So what I'm proposing to do here is to create that provision within the gazebo, tikis, and chikis to create that unless specified. So within this section, what we're saying is, well, a few things. While I'm here, I want to talk about the difference between a tiki and a chiki. A chiki is a hut that's built by a registered tribe of Florida, typically the Miccosukis. These are built from natural structures or natural elements, and they're permitted to a height of 15 feet. They are not permitted to include plumbing or electrical or like flooring, for example. It has to be natural materials. A tiki, however, can have those things. It has to be permitted, and it has to comply with our ordinance, and it's limited to a height of 10 feet. The problem here is that a lot of people get approved as a chiki and then install plumbing or electrical, and now it's not a chiki hut, and in order for us to legally permit that, it has to lose 5 feet off the top of it. So to eliminate that conflict, I'm proposing just to make all tikis, chikis, or gazebos permitted to a height of 15 feet. The chiki is still a structure that's permitted to 15 feet with natural materials, not inclusive of those plumbing, electrical, or non-natural materials. And it doesn't require a building permit. It does have to comply with our ordinance, but at least this way, if somebody builds a chiki and then converts it, there is still a path towards legal permission without shaving 5 feet off the top of it. The other amended section here is the setback from the waterway that I was previously mentioning. What we're saying is that it can be located all the way up to that rear property line abutting the waterway with no overhang. Typically on a chiki, there's about 2 feet of overhang for the palm fronds, so I imagine that the columns for these structures would be located somewhat inset, or the roof line and the columns for that tiki, chiki, or gazebo would be on the same plane abutting that seawall or rear property line. The other standard is to allow them closer to the interior side property line within the overhang. Sorry, I'll just read it. The roof overhang shall not extend closer than 1 foot to any side or rear property line unless abutting the rear. So before we had a bit of confusion where if a tiki or chiki was permitted up to 2 feet from a property line, could that overhang extend all the way to the property line? And if you have that condition on abutting property lines, then you have tikis where the roofs are touching, potentially creating a fire hazard or conflicts between neighbors. So in this case, there will never be more than 2 feet between abutting tikis. All right, the other troublesome standard for non-compliant tikis is the rear yard corner triangle standard. What this does is it creates an area that's demonstrated here in this diagram, where this blue is the rear property, or sorry, the waterway, the remainder is the lot, and then the grayed out area is what's known as the rear yard corner triangle. It's defined by the rear setback of 20 feet, a leg along the seawall of 20 feet, and then a third leg connecting those 2 points of the pyramid to make the triangle. Nothing in that area is currently permitted over a height of 3 feet. Certainly not a structure such as a tiki, chiki, or gazebo, and also no landscaping or walls. You cannot have an opaque wall over a height of 3 feet. So what we're proposing here is to eliminate this section to allow for a 6-foot fence or wall all the way along an interior property line to the rear property line, or hedges and shrubs and landscaping really to whatever height. The hedge to 6 feet, but your landscaping trees to whatever height. And in addition to that section, we'll be eliminating other references to the rear yard corner triangle throughout the code. I should mention that this table, or this graphic, does exist in our code. It's also we will also propose to strike it from the ordinance, should this be approved tonight, before second reading. In the draft ordinance, it's not struck through.
Last part, could you repeat that?
Sure. The graphic that's on the slide right now, that does exist within our code. You'll see it in the ordinance that's provided. It's not struck through, although every reference to it is struck in the ordinance. So in the second reading, should this be approved tonight, we'll also strike the graphic so that it doesn't remain in whatever is our final version of the ordinance. Okay. So the why to do this is really just to respond to community preference and to alleviate existing or potential code compliance issues. It's not that so many properties within the city are currently in violation, it's just that we know so many could be, and as soon as a neighbor makes a complaint against a neighbor, it's a conflict in our code, and we have no issue other than to create a citation, or no recourse other than to create a citation. Also with the rear yard corner triangle, in my experience as the code reviewer and building permit reviewer that implements our ordinance, I don't hear that people enjoy that. I hear frustration with applicants that they can't have this 6-foot fence or this landscaping within that area. And so it's always a rejection of their permit, and then not a battle, but a discussion about why this is in our ordinance and why they have to comply. So my experience with the rear yard corner triangle is generally negative. Also, there's conflicts with other codes. The building code requires that if you have a pool, you have to secure that pool with a minimum 4-foot fence. While we allow a taller fence that is transparent, what people want is an opaque fence, and our zoning code limits that to 3 feet. So they'll go through a building permit review, building will say, no, you have to have a 4 feet. Then they'll get a zoning review, we'll say, no, it has to be 3 feet or transparent. So then they'll just shave it down to 3 feet and think that they have something that can be approved, only for it then to be rejected again by the building department, saying, no, it has to be 4 feet. So that's just a point of frustration for applicants and for staff. For some history on the ordinance, in 1975 is the first appearance of any type of, it wasn't referenced as for the purpose of transparency, but I can infer that that's what it was for, because the only type of fence that was permitted abutting the waterway was chain link, and that was within the rear 15 feet. In 1991, this was the first time that we ever created any standards for accessory structures, and that was when the setback for 15 feet was established for all accessory structures. Prior to that, the setback was the same as the principal structure. And finally, is there a legal rationale to preserve this view across an abutting property? And that may be referred to as riparian rights. And the answer to that is no. Case law has demonstrated that the riparian rights that would be applicable are those that are immediately perpendicular to your waterfront or water abutting property, so that you have the right to a view in that immediate perpendicular area, not across any abutting property or the view across that property. And so with that, I have no further comments, and I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, please.
Frank Pelly, Northeast 28th Avenue in Pompano Beach. I had originally had a lot to say about this, but Max and I were able to clear things up during the break regarding the heights and how they're measured. However, I did want to talk a little bit about, and Max touched on that as well, the view that you're entitled to under riparian law, and that view is out your side property lines or extended side property lines, or you could call them side riparian lines going out. It's not across your neighbor's property. And there is case law that supports this. There's case law that basically says privacy and protection prevail, and especially, and I'm adding this, especially when a tiki hut is 3 feet from your side property lines. We have 3,200 approximately 3,200 waterfront homes in Pompano Beach. About 2/3 of those are not in compliance with the site visibility triangle. That sends a message of what people want. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Just name and address for the record.
John Smith, 170 Southeast 13th Street, basically here in support of it. Certainly one of those people that's not in compliance. Ours is in there to kill the noise, basically, and make better use of the waterfront. Certainly wouldn't put everything grandfathered in the way that it is now. The setback's going to be an issue because I think you're going to find that a lot of them are actually right on the water line. The Seminoles and the Miccosukee will put them where you want them or where they think they should be to get it to look the best. I might point out that the design for those is to have the roof at 45 degrees. And as the unit gets bigger, it gets inherently taller. I have to duck under mine, I'm 6'3", I have to duck under mine, and it would be at this 15-foot limit. So just be cognizant of you're going to have issues with the existing ones, and you should grandfather that in. That's it.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Afternoon, everyone. Danny Massa, 2701 Southeast 5th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. My question's for Max. When you mentioned the height of the fence for a pool and a maximum of 6 feet, 4 feet for the pool minimum, is that measured on my property or my neighbor's property?
So the height is of the pool. It's going to require that it's a minimum of 4 feet. You can have a 6-foot fence along your perimeter property line that is measured from the lower grade. So if the adjacent grade, if it's on your property line, if your neighbor has, like, let's say you're on a retaining wall or something like that, it is measured from the neighbor's lower grade. So if you have a 2-foot retaining wall, your maximum height is 4 feet.
So if my neighbor decides to add some dirt over there, and I'm at 4'3" and he adds 6 inches, now my fence is not compliant for pool code. So I disagree with that. It should be measured on your side because you control your side. You don't control what your neighbor does.
I mean, I personally agree with that. That is a subject for a different code amendment.
Well, that's what I'm going to be talking about when I come back up here. But since you mentioned that in there, it should be measured from my side because I control what happens on my side. I can't control what my neighbor does. I just want to make that point public record. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Further input from the public? Anybody else? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Max for working through all of this over the last year. It's been quite a process, but I did have 2 very well-attended community meetings on the topic, and the support was pretty overwhelming to make these changes that allow people to actually use their backyards. Because when you draw out the site triangles and the setbacks and you assume that someone might have a pool in their backyard, there's very few places you can legally have an accessory structure in most of these backyards right now. So most of the input was overwhelmingly positive. And I would say for the few people who were not positive about it, when I visited their backyard and showed them that they were out of compliance, they realized that they actually supported it also. So even when people think they are, no, my yard is totally legal, I'm in compliance, when you show up to their backyard and you point out the fence and trees and structures, they're not. So it is, we have so many homes out of compliance, and you are one phone call from an angry neighbor or away from having to rip out your backyard, which is hardly fair for residents that have invested in it. And I get that it's a complicated one because they may have invested in it without the proper approvals, but that's just how things have been done here. So thank you, Max.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
I want to just tell you that there's going to be a lot of happy people if this continues, if this passes, and then this tonight and the second reading, because there's a lot of folks in District 1 who really already have them or would really like to have an accessory structure or a gazebo, the tiki bars. Just being outside in the sun and having that break where you can still enjoy being outside and entertaining outside and having the ability to do that on your property. It's just really, it's more about rights to enjoy your property, and I think that you're going to have a lot of really happy people. I wanted to just speak to your point, Don, that some of those larger structures that might be existing or that are tall and existing, would we be grandfathering them in with this?
No,
Okay.
no. The maximum height remains. We understand that the roof is pitched, and that height is measured from the midpoint of a pitched roof. So it's not like the very top of the structure or like the top of the post. It's the midpoint of a pitched roof. We also have size limitations where I believe it's not to exceed 20% of the size of the principal structure, and in any case, it can be a minimum of 300 square feet. So 300 square feet or 20%, whichever is less.
Okay. And then, I guess, so just, I want to make sure I'm clear. So if it's a 45-degree angle, and so kind of like the mid-level is where it's measured?
This is the height, correct.
Okay, perfect. Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing this, because I know that I have talked to many people about this, and most people are very excited about the potential to be able to enjoy their backyards, knowing that they won't get called or have any code compliance issues moving forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Segerson-Eden.
Thank you, Mayor. Max, can you go back to slide 1, please? Okay, so you're saying that you're converting everything, the tiki and the cheeky, to the same standards?
Correct.
Okay, and do these apply to dry lots as well?
Like something that's an unimproved lot, like a vacant lot? Oh, no, you mean like not abutting a waterway?
A landlocked
Right,
lot.
yes. So a landlocked lot, we will not have different standards for those, except for the setback from the interior side. There is no rear yard corner triangle on a landlocked lot.
Correct. So what are you going to do about the cheekies that have gotten converted to tikis with plumbing or electric or a floor?
Well, as long as they are a compliant size, the height can now be 15 feet. So it could be converted to a legal tiki on a dry lot.
Okay, and that would take retroactive permitting?
Well, if they didn't get a permit for it in the first place.
Well, if they're put in by the one of the Indian tribes,
right,
which most are.
Right, and then they've done plumbing or electrical or whatever, then they'd have to get a violation, and then the recourse for that would be a building permit, which would presumably be approved if everything was done properly.
Yeah, so if all your
The only issue was the height.
if all your electric were run off extension cords, would that require a permit? Would that be concerned as a permanent?
If you have something in your structure that's running off of electrical cords, remove it, and then have your inspection, and then plug your grill or whatever back in. But there is no permitting electrical.
You're not recommending that.
There is no permitting for extension cords. So
Correct.
If somebody wants, if they have, okay, let me clarify. If they had permanent structures that required electricity, that were being powered by electrical cords, that would not be approved. That would not be something you could hide in a permitting process. But if you have like a stereo or something, there's no problem running.
Okay, all right. So can you go to the next slide?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, continue on.
And a few
I
more.
think it was Article 5, the next one. Oh, the question is, why do you think people put those tiki huts so close to the water?
Well, I think they.
Maybe because they could look down the canal?
Yeah.
And have a nice long-range view?
I assume so.
Okay. And the site visibility triangles, they're called site visibility triangles. And they are common to every property. So you had can you go to the next slide where you show that? Okay, so imagine a whole string of these little squares. And in fact, this depiction is really lacking description because your rear yard setback for a structure or single-family residence does determine the setback for the site visibility triangles. So usually it's 25 feet, so the house really should be up at that 25-foot line. All right, fair enough? Right. Okay, so these site visibility triangles are what I would argue easements by operation of law. These are site visibility triangles that preserve the view for both neighbors and the neighbors down the canals to be able to look through and over. And I get the fact that a lot are not in compliance, but I think it kind of depends on where you live. I think that is a taking. And as you really didn't have a particularly complete answer about the grade issue and difference of grade, where you get into first finished floor elevations, FEMA, this, that, and the other thing, and where the fence is measured from. And we saw on one of the other slides, in no event shall a fence or wall be higher than what is allowed on the abutting property, so that someone can't go in, and frequently you'll see the new build come in and retain 4, 5, 6. In fact, you can put as much grade in as you can retain and then put your house on top of it. You get better insurance rates if you're above the required first finished floor level. So you're up there and your neighbor's got a 4-foot retaining wall, and then they're going to be able to put a 6-foot opaque white vinyl fence up all the way to the water. And that's going to happen. That will happen. And why not just say, instead of a 3-foot fence, why not a 4-foot? So that you're in compliance with the regulations for swimming pools. That seems easy to me. And frankly, I don't have any waterfront properties in my district, but I used to live on one where the view was very important. And so I think at the end of the day, you're going to have a nasty neighbor put up a 6-foot vinyl fence right on the property line, right out to the water. So the only choice you have to look down on the canal is to walk out onto your dock. And I think there's going to be a lot of unhappy waterfront property people, a very lot. So I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fesick.
So while I appreciate the comments, I want to just address something regarding you consider something a taking, and this by restricting or obscuring a view. Well, if you want to use that methodology or that terminology, the same could then be applied by a large building being constructed next to you, and you're taking away sunshine, or you're taking away your right to privacy. That would be taking. So on the east side, we have to deal with the compliance of having buildings being built right in our front yard, backyard, everywhere, side yards, and losing our privacy. This is a situation where if you have a house and you have a backyard and you've got kids or pets, and let's say you have a pool, chances are most of these people have boats in the back of their yard anyway. So if you're on a canal, you have a limited view of the canal or waterway, and most people don't necessarily count on that view, so unless you live on the side. So I think it's a great way for people to realize their full use of the investment that they made, and be able to have the privacy, or even just keeping people contained. So I think that there's going to be a lot more people, surprisingly, and I know you say you don't have a lot of waterfront owners in your district, but I believe and I know that I will have a lot of people that will be very happy about that.
By all means, disagree with me.
No, thank you.
That's your prerogative.
Okay, Commissioner Segerson. Thank you, Commissioner Fesick. Very good. Further commission discussion of Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Just a couple things. I do think it's a shame that Commissioner Eaton can't support something that's popular in another district, because I think one of our jobs up here is try to listen to the people all over the city and make the best decisions we can for people in other districts also. And there's not a single home in District 2 that is impacted by this. So it is a District 1 and a District 3 issue, and I think I've had multiple community meetings on it, and I know, and lots of emails and feedback, and I know you can't make everybody happy, and we are definitely not making everybody happy, but overall, this is extremely popular, and there is this desire to be able to use your backyard, and the argument that you could put the neighbor could put a boat lift with a 40-foot boat on it and completely block your view, that's allowed per code. But so we've seen that. So the flexibility to use your backyard, tiki huts are down by the water because that's generally, like I said, if you have a pool, that's generally where there's space to put one. And with respect to the fence height issue, I know Max is working on a different part of our code to address fence heights when you have yards that are at different heights. So I'm sure whatever you come up with for that part of our code you will consider this in what we draft there. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's all. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner
May I
Seeger-Eaton?
And I think that's a fair characterization of why I'm not supporting this. I have my reasoning. I think I spelled it out pretty well and explained it, and what I think is a logical way. And I have personal experience with it, and I'm not supporting it, but we have a commission here, and I think I will be outvoted. But I don't mind, because I'm really sticking to my principles. It's not about voting against something that you want. It's voting what I think is right for the entire city. So I just want to put that on the record.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, in my district, we don't have a cheeky and a tiki.
I bet you some do.
Not very many. But I'm going to go ahead and follow the District 1 Commissioner on this one because of the waterway and the area that you cover in your district. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, I am a little concerned about this because I know that, nobody misses things until they're gone. And in the city of Pompano Beach, we've got a lot of waterways, and there's a lot of people who do enjoy their views, and not just the view straight out there, and then if they walk out to their seawall to look down the waterway. Now, I don't live on the water, but I know there are a lot of people who do enjoy their views, and I am concerned that this will get rid of a somewhat deterrent in the city of Pompano Beach, which will allow, as Commissioner Seeger-Eaton pointed out, allow fences all the way down on the sides of these properties. So it will be like a walled-in backyard unless you want to walk down to your seawall and stick your head out and look down. It changes the vistas that people have along the water. And I get it. There's a lot of people who are not in compliance. There's a lot of people who are not going to be in compliance if this thing passes because they've got TVs, they've got plumbing, they've got bars, they've got everything else. So it's, people push the envelope. We could say that, I'm sure Mike, he wouldn't like it, but we could probably say we can grandfather all that stuff in if we wanted to. So everybody's allowed to have their plumbing and their electric and their chickies too. It's ridiculous. You wouldn't want to do it, but my point is we're solving a problem that was self-created, and that's why people can't really get variances for this kind of stuff. And I get it. People do want to be able to use their backyards in different ways. But I would still be concerned about people who aren't necessarily good neighbors who would then utilize the new rules and put a fence. And I'd say, okay, forget it. I don't care about it. I'm going to put a fence. I think a better way to handle this would be something similar to what we do with people who want to have docks that go across properties. And, if people want to have their chickies or their tikis or whatever you want to call them, I don't care about the height. I really don't. But I think there ought to be some agreement between property owners that, yeah, I don't mind you having your tiki hut out there, you know, on the adjacent property. So if it's okay with your neighbor, okay, you guys sign an agreement and do it just like we do with docks. I think that's a good idea. That forces the neighbors, number one, to communicate about the issue, and number two, to get along about the issue. And that kind of takes the city out of it. It's like, well, okay, make nice with your neighbors. Go out there and talk it over, and yeah, if your neighbor agrees, by golly, you can do it and put your tiki hut out there, because I don't mind losing my site visibility triangle. That's what I would propose. Rather than just do away with the site visibility triangle in total like this, leave it up to the adjacent property owners. And I know that's, by golly, that's giving up control of my property to somebody else's whim. Well, we've got these rules on the books for a reason, and I'm not saying it's a perfect reason. I'm not saying we can't change rules, but the vistas on the waterways, I think, are important. But like I said, I'm just one. So that's my suggestion, to do it something similar to the way we do adjacent docks, so they can go across the property lines. So I've got the Vice Mayor, then I've got Commissioner Fessick. Sure.
I'm a little confused because the docking agreements don't actually take the city out of it, because we have to approve those also. So if you want to start approving backyard agreements and fences, we discussed that at one of my community meetings. This came up, and we kind of went down that path, and we all kind of liked it at first too, until we started thinking about what that actually meant. And I mean, because you're not taking the city out of it. If we still have our code here, we would be approving these agreements between neighbors on fences, and then obviously people can move, right? And then it could change things. So the other thing to keep in mind is this isn't going to instantly mean everyone installs a 6-foot fence. Most fences are installed for a decade or 15 years. So this will happen over time. Some people will choose to do a fence or a hedge that is higher, but some will not. So it doesn't instantly mean that happens. So if you have a good relationship with your neighbor anyway, to the point where you would have been able to arrange an agreement that the city would then sign off on, you're probably not going to just install the 6-foot fence. You're going to talk to them. I mean, I had a neighbor with a gate between this. So people are doing all kinds of things based on their relationships with their neighbors on the water, and I think this gives people the flexibility to do that.
Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. All right, well, first, Max, maybe you know this. I know Mr. Pelly knows this probably better than anybody. The average canal width in residential neighborhoods in Pompano is roughly, what, 50? I'm sorry? Say 100 feet. Say 100 feet. Okay, say 100 feet. So the only folks, as far as I know, who have sort of any type of vista view is when they're either standing at the end of a dock that actually has a long canal, which the vista view is you're going to probably be all the boats in the way that are docked. But beyond that, then the only other people who have vista views of sorts are going to be those who are on a larger, like a Lake Santa Barbara or something along those lines. So I understand what you're saying, in that I think that you're concerned that people are going to automatically take advantage of the situation, but I think the problem is that most people would prefer to have less city involvement in having their privacy of their backyard than more. Less people. Let's not even forget about short-term rentals and the number, especially the sheer number of them that we have in District 1 and District 3. Why? Because we are a vacation destination these days, and of course, that ship has been very well. Just everybody's jumped on ship with short-term rentals in our district, and then everything we're doing in the city is to become a tourist destination. So between canal widths and having the ability to entertain and having that be an extra asset or something that I would think would add value to your property just as much as a pool would, because if you ever have a pool and an outdoor entertaining space, thereby truly having Florida's warmest welcome in your own backyard, I think that would be something that should be considered. So thank you very much.
Very good. Well, that was just a suggestion. I just thought it was a good idea to make, and I don't mind the city being involved to the extent that those agreements have to be approved by the city, because that's the only way it can be enforceable, unless we said you've got to record it or something. Which that's why we bring it before the city. That way it is recorded, and yes, you're right, people move and all that kind of stuff, but when people buy a property, they do a title search and they see what kind of regulations are enforced on that particular property before they buy it. I still think it would be a good idea, but it's, I'm not going to get in the way of progress, so to speak. We'll see what happens. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Item 12 is first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.2411 tree permit, Section 155.2421 administrative adjustment, Section 155.5203 landscaping, and Section 155.5204 tree preservation to clarify and introduce landscaping industry standards and best practices and incorporate statutory requirements by amending Section 155.5204 tree preservation to create a new subsection regulating coastal dune management and preservation, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Weems.
Good afternoon. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. Yes, this is an ordinance to propose some amendments to our landscape code and also to establish a new dune maintenance and protection ordinance within the landscape code. So quick summary, we're going to be looking at, we're not really going to look at the negligible corrections to terms or grammar. Skip over that for this presentation. But some changes resulting from changes in state statutes. We're adding an administrative adjustment to reflect staff's preferred practice of amending the vehicular use area landscaping. This is something that just increases the flexibility in applications by increasing what's available in this specific administrative adjustment. We're creating alternatives for canopy trees, where canopy trees are not feasible on retroactive landscape plans. So if you have this long-established property that never had a landscape plan, and there's limited space for canopy trees, we have provided alternatives for that. Added requirements for root barrier systems, again, where there's trees proximate to pavement, so that pavement isn't lifting the pavement, and creating sufficient soil volume requirements. And we've added ability to relocate trees off-site, whether the property is private or public, creating more options for mitigation, and clarifying the ways that trees are calculated, where the mitigation is calculated or replacement costs. So to begin with the tree permit section, these are applications where a relocation or removal is involved. We're clarifying that the term appraisal, which is a defined term, is what is meant by the term assessment, which is more vague. That's the term that's currently provided in the code, and that must be provided by a certified arborist rather than a landscape architect. This is the appropriate qualified professional for it. What happens often when a landscape architect submits that report is that it is rejected, and this results in more rounds of review. So we're looking to streamline that process and limit it specifically to the certified arborist. And this is, again, only when relocations or removals are required for a property. On the administrative adjustment, we're increasing the available amount for landscaped width to adjust that landscaped width between a vehicular use area and a building, and adding the caveat that that area should never be less than 8 feet. If less than 8 feet is the only option, of course, a variance is still available, but for administrative processes, it should never be less than 8 feet. Within the Northwest or the AOD, if it's minor, it can be a 50% adjustment to what would otherwise be required. In all other areas, 30, and if it's major, this is something that requires the Planning and Zoning Board's review, it's increased up to 75%. Again, never less than 8 feet, without a variance. If I have to clarify what that area is, okay. So if you have a driveway, then you're gonna have a sidewalk, then a landscape area, and then the building. That vehicular use area is the drive aisles and all of that. So we define that landscaping as VUA landscaping. It's really just the area between that vehicular use area and a building. If the building is taller, that area is increased. And so that depth can be adjusted where certain criteria is met. Additional trees, additional preferred species, and then reduced by, I think the most was 75% if it's a major, or 50 if it's minor, but never to less than 8 feet. For the retroactive landscape plans, these are properties that are very old, that existed before we had landscape plan requirements. So in lieu of requiring canopy trees, where they would otherwise be required, we're permitting clusters of palms. So this is 3 palm trees placed together. This is much less soil volume is required to support these species. The roots of these palms are much less invasive to the adjacent pavement, and it can exist within these areas. And it's something that we would have done previously if our code allowed it, but now we're looking to create a legal avenue to permit palms in lieu of canopy trees in retro plans. In new development, so major applications where tree installations are proposed abutting paved areas, let's say it's like a surface parking lot, for example, and there's a row of canopy trees. If the canopy trees are the type where their canopy is so large and the root spread is so large that that would extend under the paved areas, we're requiring a root barrier be installed. This isn't a very expensive product, and it is a best practice in the industry. It's just not something that was ever required by our code. I looked around, and it can be installed for less than $100 per linear foot for this product, and it would only be required for those areas where it's interfering with intended root spread. If it's within like a sidewalk, we would also require a similar system if they were not requiring a suspended pavement system. So really either suspended pavement or root barriers within a sidewalk, or a root barrier system if adjacent to an expansive pavement. We've added the beach dune system to our existing vegetation section of our landscape code, so as to create ability to enforce or require mitigation and review of that material through our site planning and permitting processes. And we've also added, and you'll see why that's important on the next slide, but we've also added that where new trees are installed, the use of bubblers is required for the initial onset of those trees so that they take root, and that it dramatically improves the viability of those trees, and of course is a industry best practice, but was never a requirement of our code. So for the dunes, this is an entirely new section within our landscape code requiring dune mitigation on private property. This is something that we've been thinking about and working towards for a long time, and certainly it's been done in partnership with FDEP as well as our local dune community. I know Lee Gottlieb is in the audience, and we've worked very close on this. And we've also looked at applying this to recent applications to ensure that it's a feasible regulation. And the area, so this dune mitigation, it was previously unregulated by the city. We would really, like, on our landscape plans, go for a best effort of what the applicants can do in terms of mitigating any removed or relocated dunes, but really that review was always subject to the approval of FDEP, and that was all we could hang our hats on. It's still true, FDEP is still involved in the review. However, we've taken FDEP's best practices and incorporated it into our own review to ensure that any mitigation for dunes removed or relocated on property to accommodate a development proposal, that mitigation is then done on property and consistent with the FDEP regulation. What we're looking for is things like dune height and width, the distance of that dune from the mean high water line, the vegetation, that it's varied species and predominantly grasses. Of course, all of this is more spelled out in the ordinance. And that the sand quality is high and of the appropriate source. And we've also created standards for hard surfaces, paths, and walkovers. So we're obviously very excited about this, and we think it's a necessary new regulation for our code. And finally, tree preservation. I've sequenced this for the way that they fall within the code. I know it probably makes more sense for tree preservation to have come before, but that's how it's sequenced in the code. So we've incorporated Broward County's research and best practices by reference into our code of ordinances for things where a permit is not required. We've now incorporated the language from the state statute where a tree poses an unacceptable risk as defined by the statute and no viable alternative exists, that tree can be removed. The relocation, in lieu of removal, we've specified that it can be to public or private property and where publicly accessible. That replacement, we've differentiated between canopies, palms, and specimen trees. This was something that we always did. However, that process wasn't outlined in our code. And by outlining in our code, we're hoping that we get a better quality on first submittal rather than requiring a review and back and forth on that, what's necessary for mitigation. And finally, for tree abuse, we've added that there is a process for permitted removals, and that could be prior to the corrective pruning prescription. So what we really want is that where tree abuse occurs, that a path can be provided to get that tree back to being healthy. But if it has to be removed, we've created a process for mitigation and spelled out what that can be. So obviously the goal is if it has to be removed, remove it and mitigate it. But if it can be saved, do so legitimately and spell out what that process will be and let us participate in that process. With that, I have no further remarks. Myself and the urban forester are available for questions, and I have a feeling Mr. Gottlieb will have comments as well.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record in case somebody doesn't know who you are, Mr. Gottlieb.
Lee Gottlieb, 3725 South Ocean Drive in Hollywood. Thank you for asking me to come here today. As you know, we've been working on this for a couple years. For those of you that don't know me, I've been doing some extensive work on private properties as well as the public property, or helping restore and protect dunes here in Pompano Beach, as well as in other communities. Most of the other coastal communities have adopted dune management plans by resolution. And I think it's a great idea for what you're about to do, and that's to put it into code and ordinances. It's really important because there are developers that are attempting to come into this community right now to tear apart your dune system, to make it what they want it to look like. And what they don't understand or what they don't care about is how it affects the community long term. And every time a developer comes in and destroys an existing dune system that is mature and well developed, it takes 10, 15 years to actually bring it back to what it was previously. But more importantly, as Max pointed out, the problem that I see in most communities is that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has oversight on these projects. They have neither the manpower or the will or the desire to actually enforce some of their rules and regulations and allow developers to get away with certain things that I disagree with. This gives the city an opportunity to review these plans to make sure they're consistent with the overall plan of the city, while at the same time have some input into the developers instead of leaving it to DEP, who I believe is not doing a very effective job. It gives the city the opportunity to review these plans on a more comprehensive basis to help protect this natural resource. So I fully endorse the city's attempt to do this. I have worked with Max to come up with some verbiage that helps protect the city in a way that is to the benefit of the community, not to the individual property owners. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. Thank you, sir, and appreciate all your efforts you've done here in Pompano Beach and throughout the county.
And I appreciate the opportunity to work in this city. I happen to say, and I say it all the time, this is one of the best partners that we have. We've been able to accomplish things that other cities are still contemplating, and I look forward to working with the city in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. Appreciate it. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick?
So it's a two-part, Max. So since this is sort of separated by, yes, the trees, but it's sort of dunes is one section and trees are sort of the other. Would you mind going back to so I'll start with the trees. would you mind going back to the one of the first slides you had was about the changes with an AOD? Because this is one of those things where I've had a lot of residents concerned with development, what that looks like. And I understand it should not be less than 8 feet, but this is going to be where I think residents are going to have a lot of questions for me, and I just need clarification so that we understand. Minor is probably less of a concern, correct? It's not making a huge difference here, 50%?
I'm sorry,
I'm trying to figure out this 50%. Well, maybe we should go back one more slide first, I guess, for administrative adjustment. No, okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So the issue with, so minor within AOD or Northwest CRA, the minimum landscaping area, so you're actually increasing the landscaping area, correct?
We are increasing the available adjustment. So this would be a reduction in landscaped area. However, it will be with more equal or better landscaping. So it's the area that's reduced, but we're not changing the quantity or quality of landscaping that's provided. It's the depth of grass between the pavement and the building.
Okay, so this is what probably, with minor, this is what some of the residents in District 1 would call less green space, even though it would hold more plants, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so with major, I mean, so basically what I'm seeing here should not be less than 8 feet. So at a very minimum.
Always 8.
Always 8. And where is that measured from? Is that measured from?
The depth is measured from the building to whatever the next paved area might be, typically a sidewalk.
Okay. Are there any approved projects or pending projects or, things that you could see where this change would assist a building or a developer to put a bigger building and cram in a bunch of trees in a smaller area? That for lack of a better.
Well, I mean, to be frank, that's always a developer's intent, is how much can I fit on this lot? And sometimes there are constraints on a property where our required depth may be more burdensome than we wished to apply. So an administrative adjustment is something that we approve as staff where criteria is met. And so we have the ability to say, you could fit more there, you're just choosing not to. It's not I can get this reduction, therefore I'm going to take it. But what we're really trying to do here is create more flexibility, because we often hear that the landscape requirements is one of the hardest aspects of our code, but I really think it's more just oh, you're making me do something I want to,
Right. I know that you have definitely heard that before.
Yeah.
I'd really like to look at some of this, because that's a big jump from 30% to 75%.
Yes. And so to be clear on the difference between the minor and the major will still go through the whole DRC process, and by that point, staff will have found, if they take up to 75%, that is meeting the criteria, but the ultimate approval of that will be by the Planning and Zoning Board, who would still have the opportunity to object.
Right, okay. This is probably the biggest portion that this is one of the biggest concerns I have with this specifically, because we've given a lot of leeway, and you know that the AOD is kind of like my baby, if you will. I'm concerned with reducing this. I'm all for rather adding more greenery and adding more plants, instead of just adding airspace. But I'm a little bit concerned about reducing the greenery between the building. That's one concern. Okay, so I think it was right a couple slides, 2 slides or something before, maybe one of the first 2 slides you had. Yeah, so these 3 things. So the created alternatives for canopy trees. Where would canopy trees not be feasible?
So we have a lot of existing properties where it's the front door, sidewalk, and then it's like pull-in parking, and it's right there. our code would require that there's, I mean, we just talked about the VUA landscaping. And so if that was a property that was developed before 1974, then it's eligible to have a retroactive landscape plan created today and approved on file, vesting their otherwise non-conforming site features where certain conditions are met. Before, it would have required canopy trees, but that's often just not feasible.
Right.
And so creating this alternative for clustered palms, they're much more resilient in more difficult spaces. So it's kind of just, okay, if we can't do canopies, we'll do palms. And it's only to these historic properties with no landscape plans on file.
Okay, great. And then I like the root barrier system. I think that's a great opportunity for us to have potentially greater spaces for canopy trees or shade trees along our roads without destroying our roads in the process. So that is a great feature. Okay, so I think it was just, if you kind of scroll forward, sorry. I had a question related to, is there an alternative for the
Which one?
Is there an alternative for the percentage with the VUA? For the major site plan stuff?
So here. So, I mean, what we can do is I can pull up some examples of properties where a varying height and show you what the depth is that was required for those and what 8 feet, for example, might look like, or something that gets, I mean, I can't really see a property getting a 75% reduction and it being more than 8 feet. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just really going to be reducing to 8 feet in any of these categories. But still, I'd be happy to pull up some examples and we could see how, if it were reduced to 8 feet, what that impact might be. I'm not prepared to do that today.
Yeah, you know, and I know that you struggle with this every day, so that's why I'm trying to make your life easier by being as specific about this as now. Wade, do you have things you want to say about this or no? Okay, you're like no. Just because I know that sometimes your feet are held to the fire when it comes to developers, and then in turn, after they get through your process, they have to go to planning and zoning. Sometimes planning and zoning's feet are held to the fire when it comes to developers interpreting that as like sort of that mess. So I'm not sure if it's maybe just change it to up to 75, you know what I mean? At the discretion of.
That is how we apply it. This table exists today, I think you get that. So that is how we would apply it, is up to 75%. But, you know, we'll look again just to make sure.
I love this. I love the fact that you're working on making more green space. And is there going to be some sort of benefit to native plants choices, things like that?
We already promote Florida-friendly landscaping. I don't know if we have a requirement. Okay, 50% of species have to be Florida native.
50%. Okay, all right, I'll jump ahead to, Max, I'll get with you about this privately after this. Like I said, I really like what you're doing here, and I think it's a great way to be cognizant of adding greenery and native plants, 50%, and trying to make things more friendly in areas that we've had challenges. Onto the beach dune side of things, which you know is also one of my babies. So dune mitigation on private property. So one of the things I'd like to know more about what that looks like in terms of, so that we can explain that to, we're looking at private property from condo buildings.
Yeah, what I'd encourage, I mean, I could do it now, but maybe in your own time. If you just go on the property appraiser's website and you go to their aerial map, you will see a map of where property lines extend into the dunes, into the beach, into the water, you know, not at all onto the beach. It's all over the place. Pompano has the benefit of having a lot of private properties where the property lines extend generally to the mean high water line, except for like our public properties. We have control of the beach where we have the beach park. And there are a lot of municipalities where the city either owns or has control of that beach land, or the private property just sort of stops at the back of the landward side of like maybe a historic dune vegetation line. But here we have a bit of a unique situation where there are a lot of private properties that extend into the beach. Of course, that's why I'm saying look up and down the beach
Yes,
and
I will.
see what I'm talking about. So there's a lot of opportunity. I mean, where we have remaining dunes, there's a lot of opportunities to enforce this through any new development applications.
I'm gonna let you take a sip of your tea for a second, and so you can so you can get your voice. Mr. Gottlieb, would you mind coming up just for a second, because I know that you and I have worked. Or I always defer to you on a lot of things related to dunes and dune management. You have been incredible in the work you've done all up and down Florida's coastline, South Florida's coastline, and the work you're doing to really, truly make sure that dunes, you help to inform people and educate people about how important dunes are and how important the vegetation and choosing the right plants in that specific area are. With the invasive vegetation removal section, I know that you've worked with Max on this as well. What are we suggesting? I'm going to sort of give you an opportunity to educate at the same time as clarify. Was it Scavola? I'll let you have the floor on this to talk a little bit.
So Scavola is our biggest problem here in Pompano. There are some other plants that are nuisance plants as well, and there's actually some natives that we've been forced to remove because they go overgrown and cause homeless people to move into some of these areas. So we're actively working with the property owners to remove on their private property, and we're actively removing these nuisance plants on the public land as well. We actually have a couple projects in Central Beach where we completely removed the dune completely because homeless people were moving in, and in order to get it under control, we needed to remove the natives and then reintroduce some other natives to compete with those. But I think it's really important because we can plant all the time, but if we don't get the invasives under control, they'll just overtake the native species, and it's important that we educate people why it's important and actually get those property owners to be actively removing them off their property while at the same time moving it off of the public property as well.
Max, are we adding the Australian pine stuff into this?
As an invasive?
Mm-hmm.
It already is an invasive.
Well, I know it's an invasive, but are we?
I don't think we have it as a targeted invasive for the dunes, but it's already treated as an invasive species in our tree ordinance.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because there are in several areas along the beach on the south.
I'm sorry,
side.
it is actually targeted species for the dunes.
I'm sorry?
It is actually a targeted species.
Okay, good, yes, thanks. Yeah, so there is that. But I want to bring it up also because as we're looking at this tree plan and looking at this, we do have public spaces where we have an excessive amount of those Australian pine trees, and they are, in some of our parks, things like that. And while some people think they're beautiful and they're pine trees, they're actually killing native vegetation, and I'm sure Wade could give somebody a dissertation on some of the better plants to put in there. But I love this idea. Now the second part is when we're building, and I'll be brief after this. When we're building and when we're looking at beachfront development, and let's be honest, we've got a lot of different beach projects going on right now that have been possibly not doing things the way that they should, and then sort of asking for forgiveness after they've disrupted a dune. Is it possible for us to as a city, be more stringent in our applications of what we would deem, so I'll rephrase this. In Pompano Beach's comprehensive plan, we talk very much about being ecologically friendly and being cognizant of we have a coastal management program. We have all these things that we want to protect the sea turtles, we want to protect the dunes, things like that. So with that being said, is it possible for us to enforce more stringent code, not necessarily codes, but suggestions or options? For example, I think, Mr. Gottlieb, you mentioned there was a developer that brought in the wrong type of sand, right? So is there a way that we can enforce that so that we can just save time, money, and effort for everybody all around?
So there's a few scenarios. The one that I'm primarily talking about is new development. In that scenario, we absolutely would be removing invasive species. If there was an application, I mean, we don't really get a whole lot of permits for work on the dunes other than new development. But if they're, like inland, let's say that there was an invasive species on a property and they were proposing some work relevant to that tree, we would talk about removal or mitigation, depending on the species, because some are more like just bad for what's around them than others. But what we're really focused on here with this is going to be new development applications and the maintenance of those developments moving forward.
Okay. I'm excited about this. I think it's a great step in the right direction, and I want to thank you for what I know has been years of your work and dedication to not just cleaning up our code, but overall, but it's finding those little pieces as you've been here with the city. And before I was elected, I know I've had multiple conversations with you, and I've watched you work, and I've watched your commitment to truly going through things and attempting to do the best you can to make things better in the city. And Mr. Garley, I really wish that if we don't already, we could have you manage the remainder of any public dune area we may have as a city, because I just applaud you for your efforts and your education efforts and your commitment to being out there literally sweating in the rain and the wind and the sun in all temperatures, and doing this truly as a labor of love. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Max.
So I just want to make one comment about that. There's no do-overs on the dunes. We make a mistake and we'll be living it for many and many years. So we need to make sure that we do it right the first time, especially when a developer's coming in who doesn't have long-term interests, he has short-term interests. So we want to make sure that when they come out there and mess around with your beach, that they're doing it the right way. And one other thing I want to mention, that Broward County has recently implemented a recommendation that all landscaping will be friendly, not a percentage, 100% of the landscaping. So it's just a matter of time before the county comes down and makes those recommendations to the individual cities moving forward. It should all be Florida-friendly landscaping, not a percentage. Thank you. Thank you.
I love that, and I love that idea. So I love that idea. There's actually some really great county programs that will help you with Florida natives, and anyhow. But yes, thank you, and you're right. We don't get any do-overs. I don't think a lot of people understand, like, please don't walk on the sea oats. Please don't walk through them or put a towel down on top of them. There's a lot of education that can come around healthy dunes, and we'll work on that. I'll for sure work on that, but thank you very much for your time, Max.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Seegerson-Eden.
Thank you. And I just want to say, I agree 100% with the dunes, preserving the dunes, doing dune restoration, and doing whatever we can. And I just feel that these should have been two separate items, because one is not the other. And so I have some questions, but what I want to do first is read the Florida statute 163.045. And I'm just going to get down to the nub of it. And it says, a local government may not require a notice, application, approval, permit, fee, or mitigation for pruning, trimming, or removal of a tree on a residential property if the owner possesses documentation from an arborist certified by ISA or a Florida landscape architect that the tree poses an unacceptable risk to persons or property. If a tree poses an unacceptable risk if removal is the only means of practically mitigating its risk below moderate, as determined by a tree risk assessment procedures outlined in best practices, et cetera, et cetera. A local government may not require a property owner to replant a tree that was pruned, trimmed, or removed in accordance with this section. And the reason I point that out is I get a vast number of residents with issues regarding trees, tree trimming, or tree removal. If it's evidence that a tree is old and dying, and it's leaning or its limbs are endangering and imperiling the roof, many times they're either trimmed or removed, and then they face consequences.
Yep. Consistent with the
Max?
statute that you just read.
So, and I deal with this, I can't tell you. So, for instance, so on the first, on the page 2 of the ordinance, under number step 3, I need clarification on what this is applicable to in the entire scheme of things, and why is a registered Florida land...
Take the exact language that you read from the statute and insert it into the section for tree removal. And so we've complied with that statute.
I'm sorry, speak up, please, Max. Get closer to the microphone.
The exact language that you just read from the statute, we incorporated into the tree removal section, so we match the language. If the important point in that is that the resident possesses the report from the arborist or whatever the criteria.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Right.
Are you eliminating getting a Florida license
for new application? Right. So those are two different things.
So that this page 2, number 3 is not applicable to a residential property.
No, it's new development. Let me see.
Okay, so you're saying new development.
Yes.
Well, it seems odd that why would you want a tree trimmer if you're bringing in new development?
So Broward County's licensure is called Broward County Tree Trimmer. What we are requiring, and so we require that they are registered with that county to qualify the permit. And sometimes that person may also be an arborist, and the arborist is the person that would be required to provide an appraisal if relocation or removal is proposed.
And so removal, including a residential property?
Yes.
Including a residential.
Right. So that's not, but that's not going to be.
That's contradicts what you just told me.
No, it doesn't. The section about the removal, if it poses a unacceptable risk, remains. Though that is completely separate. If it's just a tree permit for the purpose of removal or relocation for a single family that isn't a dead or unacceptable risk or anything like that, then these standards apply to any development.
So what if I want to cut down a tree? I just need to do what? Walk me through what the process is so I can tell people so they don't get in trouble.
Of course.
Oh, I see Mr. Wade's getting up.
If you have a healthy tree that you're looking to remove, it does require a tree permit qualified by a Broward County tree trimmer. And then they will need to provide...
Will you repeat a nuisance tree or what kind of tree? Healthy tree?
Okay. Good afternoon. City Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Wade Collum.
Speaking of the mic, please.
Sure.
I can't hear you.
Just for clarity, that microphone, I think we do need to get worked on because it's not picking up for some reason.
Yeah, we can't hear. Over here.
Hello,
about
ground
you?
control.
Yeah, that's better.
Tom.
That's better.
Okay, you got me now?
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
Much better, thank you.
Sure, yes, ma'am. You please repeat the question.
So what I am questioning is why a registered Florida landscape architect is removed on page 2 from step 3, application, submittal, and acceptance for a tree permit. Is this for an installation of a tree?
So as far as the appraisal goes, for new development, it can be an ISA certified arborist. That would be our preference. For a standalone, owner-occupied, single-family home that needs to remove a tree, they can do that. It's a free permit for an owner-occupied single-family, and the owner can qualify the permit, and they can get whomever to remove the tree.
Qualify the permit. What do you mean qualify?
To sign the permit.
All right.
So the homeowner.
And who has to sign off that the tree poses an unacceptable risk? Because very often, I will tell you that we have properties that have sort of languished over the years. Older folks have passed away. Trees have grown up along foundations on sides of the house.
Sure.
And taken over, termite infested. So in the older section, that's what I deal with. I deal with alleged tree abuse and mitigation, especially mitigation, Wade.
Okay. Sure, that's a
It
very wide.
expressly says no mitigation. Yet I have people telling me that your folks are out there requiring them to plant, and we've went back and forth on particular issues, incidents on that. So, you know, tell me more.
Sure.
I have a tree that I need to cut down because it's it was a weed tree. It's right on the property line between me and my neighbors. Whose tree is it?
Okay, let's let.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Wade, go ahead. Answer the question.
That's a very wide sweeping question with 3 or 4 or 5 different scenarios involved. So I'm going to attempt to answer your questions individually, right?
All right.
So if you're an owner-occupied single-family home and you have a problem with a tree, you can call us out. We'll be happy to come out and talk to you about it before spending monies on professional arborists to write letters, number one. If the tree is a hazard and it's a clear hazard, there's no discussion, right? That the tree is a hazard. Ooh, that's, you know what? Take it down right away, follow up with a permit after owner-occupied. You can qualify the permit. Cost you nothing but $20 to scan the permit for us to approve, right? That's a one-to-one replacement. The tree's
So we
been
can call you, and you can,
Sure,
your
call our
department will
office.
come out.
Yes, ma'am. We'd be happy to. That's really what we'd like to do.
Good, because it's when you don't
Sure.
have to spend money, that's good.
Yes, absolutely. So, and if there's a large branch overhanging the house, and if you call a tree company, respectfully, they're going to say, you know what? We're not going to take the branch off for $200. You're going to have to remove the whole tree. It's going to cost you $2,000. That's ridiculous
Okay.
to us. Call us out. We'll say, yeah, please take the limb off. If you do take the limb off, it's got to be done correctly, because oftentimes, if you don't hire someone qualified, they'll just stub cut it. Then tree abuse will come. Then the solution may be just clean up the stub cut, and we're good, right?
Okay.
So hopefully I've addressed the 2 or 3 things you've said.
Yes, and on the issue of tree abuse, can you address when there's a tree on a neighboring property, and as we know by common law, the neighbor, if it's hanging on his property, has a right to go and cut it down. And let's say he abuses
Hold
it
on.
and lops it off. Who's responsible? Who's going to get cited?
Sure, stick a pin. So if the branch is overhanging the property, you can't go and remove the tree, right?
Correct.
You can prune it at your property line. Our recommendation is that you try to make a correct pruning cut, right? Because
Correct.
that's really a civil matter. So we try to
Correct.
be supportive and say, listen, talk with your neighbor, number one. Go over there, ask him, you know what, I'll pay for the guy, or I'll cut it off myself, make a good cut, and we're clean. If they just draw an imaginary line to the sky and cut off every branch, the neighboring property is going to get a code violation, and it's going to be a civil matter between them, and we don't ever like that.
So it becomes a civil matter. So the person who's
Correct.
actually done the pruning is liable for the tree abuse offense.
That's between those 2 neighbors if they've done it incorrectly.
Okay, so they're not going to get cited then for tree abuse? Is that what you're saying?
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, so they
So if
are.
the person
who's
who
gonna get
possesses
cited?
the tree that's been abused is going to be cited. That's why it's a civil matter. Right now, they got to argue out between the neighbors. So we always recommend communicate with them, try to find some common ground.
So when, say, a commercial property is required to plant canopy trees on the back wall,
Sure.
and it's abutting a single-family resident, whose responsibility is it to trim the limbs that extend over on the adjacent property who didn't plant the tree in the first place?
I would say the commercial property that planted the tree. That would be my opinion. And if that case happened, then we would try to build a bridge to the commercial property and say, listen, be a good neighbor, maintain your property accordingly, and not infringe upon the single-family adjacent property.
Okay, so, and let's talk about mitigation.
She just pick up the phone and call him.
Sorry?
She's got the floor. Come on.
Do you want to go home?
Go ahead.
Beverly?
Go ahead. Commissioner Seegerson, go ahead.
So mitigation.
Yes, ma'am.
So it clearly says no mitigation. Now, if you have somebody that took out a tree and he didn't do it, didn't get a permit, whatever, expressly say there's no mitigation.
Okay, well,
Yet my understanding, and I will bring witnesses if we go to the second reading, who are going to come and are going to say that you told them they have to put in 4 new grade A oak trees at $1,600 a pop. So I'm confused. This says no mitigation,
well, it would be
and
helpful.
yet I'm getting people who are telling me they're being required to mitigate
Sure.
and add trees.
I hear
I
you.
love trees too, but, you know, I mean, we've dealt with it.
I got to tell you, historically,
Is it-
when-
wait. Is there a question there, Commissioner Sigerson?
Well, I want to know whether we are requiring mitigation, because clearly the Florida statute says no mitigation.
It sounds like her question is, are we requiring mitigation outside of what the Florida statute says?
not if they possess a
Just
letter.
a simple yes or no. Are we requiring mitigation outside of what that Florida statute says?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of ever. If you have someone, please bring it to our attention.
Good.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Is it Commissioner Sigerson?
Yes, I'm finished.
Very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Fessick?
I'll keep this very close. Commissioner Segerson, I agree with you in that I initially thought these were 2 separate things as well. And so I would just wanted to tell you that if you did want to follow up more on this and you wanted to separate the 2, I would support that. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Very good. That takes us up to additional audience to be heard. We should have 3 more speakers, Mr. Alfred.
Yes, we do, Mayor. One moment. Just allowing the system to follow up. 1 second. Okay. First speaker, Jackie Moreland, followed by Tondra King, followed by Danny Massa. Jackie Moreland?
Just name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
That was long. Good afternoon. Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane, Pompano. Just quick, 3 quick things. I had come and asked about speed bumps in Canal Point. We're like the Indianapolis or Daytona Speedway coming around the curve in my neighborhood. And I am here to say, can we please look into getting some speed bumps on 7th Lane in Canal Point? Please. I'm really asking nice, and I'm not going to be like some other people that came up and demanded it, but maybe that's what gets it. Okay, but we definitely need to look at speed bumps again in Canal Point. It's really, really dangerous. The kids are now out because it's hot and they're riding their bicycles, and people just speed. I mean, we need to be careful, and I just don't want somebody to get hurt, and then it's an afterthought. Here again about the Braggs Criswell substation. I'm going to be here asking, where are we, Mr. City Manager, where are we, Mr. Mayor, in that process of having that done? And my last comment, I've emailed you and I've spoken to you privately about the behavior of some of the commissioners on the dais. And I think that if we're in the audience are going to be held to a standard in how we act and our character and what we say and how we behave in this room as a citizen, surely the people that sit on this dais should be held to the same standard as well. If we come and we're respectful to you, you should be respectful to us. And I'm sure with Robert Rules of Order, you're in charge of this, or you're in charge of this, Mr. Manager, as to say, hey, you know, certain things are not allowed, certain things shouldn't be tolerated, because you're not going to tolerate us coming up here being disrespectful. And I don't think we should have to tolerate persons in city elected positions to be disrespectful, whether it's in their behavior, in their content, on the comments, because we do hear you all when you make your little comments. We can hear you loud and clear. So I've asked privately, and now I'm asking openly, if you could just have a conversation with your commissioners about their behavior on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tondra King declined to speak. Next speaker is Danny Massa, followed by Teresa Rowe.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. I'm here, I'm building a home in Pompano. My name's Danny Massa, 2701 Southeast 5th Court. It's on the east side of Pompano there. I'm building a house. It's under construction. We put in for a fence permit for the pool, and we realized after constructing the home that our grade being nearly 36 inches more than our three neighbors, one to the north, one to the west, one to the east, that we needed to put some sort of retaining wall. So we designed an aluminum retaining wall, and we submitted that back to the county, or the city, to get permit with the new fence on top of that wall, only to be denied. It was basically a revision to the permit we have. I spoke to Mike Rada in regards to this. I've talked to you, Rex. I've reached out to you, Audrey. And we have to retain our dirt. And I've worked with John Cady, he's underneath Max. And the interpretation of the code is that I have to measure on my side of the fence. It's my duty to protect my interest, that pool, maintaining the minimum of 4 foot. Max's interpretation is that I have to measure from my neighbor's side. So with that being said, I have a 36-inch difference in grade on my side. I should be able to put a 6-foot fence on my side, being 9 foot. My permit calls for a 5-foot fence, 4'8" to be exact, with the 3-foot grade puts me at 7'8". It's clearly on my drawings. I brought it. It was rejected. I have an issue with that. My neighbor to the west wants the fence to be a full 6 foot because sometimes him and his wife go in their pool naked and he doesn't want us to look over at them. It's on the record, right? That's what he wants. I said, look, I have no problem with that, but I'm fighting the county here. And then I was told that zoning and planning can't approve any more fences due to new floodplain elevations. Well, that's not an opinion. We have to follow the codes. We have to follow the rules of the road. Florida Building Code says measure on my side. I can't control what you do on your side. I can't control what my neighbors do on the back side of me. It's my job to maintain my property. No different than the trees that we're in here talking about today, okay? Cutting the trees, the limbs. So I'm asking, I need my permit approved, my new revised drawings approved, so that I can add my fence on my property to the proper code height that I need, because if I don't, I'm gonna be under the 4-foot threshold. And if a kid comes in my property and drowns in my pool, I'm liable.
Gotcha. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mass. I appreciate it. Is Max still here? Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay. Hey, thanks, Max. Are you familiar with this matter? I think you probably are, aren't you?
So I got to my desk and I heard you speaking about this, so I figured maybe I should come back down.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. I missed almost all of what you were saying. I know that it's about retaining walls and fences on top of retaining walls, which is the item you briefly brought up earlier. Can you summarize?
I'll summarize for you. He filled his property to 3 feet, put in a retaining wall, now he wants to put a fence on top of that. Apparently our code says we have to measure from the other property for the height, so he can't even put up a 4-foot fence to protect his pool per code, so he's between a rock and a hard place. He can't put up even a 4-footer to protect his pool. He'd like to put up a 6-footer, but because our code says, nope, got to measure from over here, so there's some kind of a conflict here. So is that something you're working on?
There is a conflict, and we know about this and we acknowledge it. The code does specifically state that the height of a fence on top of a retaining wall shall be measured from the adjacent grade. And so that's the neighbor's grade generally.
Okay, wait, Mr. Bass, let him go, okay.
So that's the way it's applied. If your neighbor's property is here and your property is elevated and then you put a fence on top of it, that fence can't reach 6 feet. It's the total height of the retaining wall and the fence incorporated. That is the element that can be 6 feet.
So, in other words, you're not working on it, that's it?
No, I am working on it. I have drafted an amendment to this.
Okay.
I did present it to the Planning and Zoning Board. In the meantime, we've contracted with a firm to develop some design guidelines. As FEMA is elevating finished floors, we know that there's going to be more and more conflict between elevated and not elevated properties. The road, the driveways.
I get it.
There's just a lot of conflicts that are coming into play as FEMA is requiring that finished floors are higher and higher. So we're trying to look at it from a larger picture, and so I paused that effort of revising the way we are defining height in our code and the way that we're treating fences and walls in addition to building height, so that we could incorporate that into this design guidelines.
Okay, I get it. So you're looking for a holistic solution to these problems, which they're big problems, because this is going to happen more frequently as people.
Appreciate that you brought this to the Commission's attention, because I think it's important that we all acknowledge that this is a problem.
Yes.
It's going to become a problem more and more.
So here's my issue right now, though. We've got a gentleman who was issued a building permit to construct a home with a pool, and he can't construct a legal fence around his pool right now. So, well, I mean, it's a little late in the game. Everything's built. So how do we solve this?
What he cannot construct is a fence around the perimeter of the property.
Okay.
What you can do is the security fencing that's permitted around the edges of the pools, but people generally want fences on their perimeters, and that's just not something that our code currently accommodates.
Okay. So your holistic investigation of this, what's the time frame on that?
The consultant is wrapping up their work this summer, and then the outcome of that will be an ordinance. I already have the ordinance specific to height, fences and walls and retaining walls prepared, but I didn't want to take that piece of the pie alone, although I certainly could.
Well, I mean, we've got an immediate situation, which this gentleman can't legally.
Well,
I mean, unless he wants to modify his fence. But if the fence was already permitted as part of the original permitted plans, which I assume it was.
Let me address something.
Because, well, your time is really already up.
But
to be honest with you, I appreciate it, sir, but let me.
But we're missing a part here with building. Okay, the fence on the gate. You don't measure the neighbors because your gate's on your property. You have to be at minimum of 4 foot on my property. So if my gate is at 4 foot on the front of my property, that means that my fence on the side of the property has to be the same. There's a code interpretation here that building.
Okay, no, thank you, Mr. Massa. I appreciate
building measures at 6 foot.
Mr. Massa, I appreciate it, but I got to keep control here, and we got to keep moving. But I'm going to ask Max and Mike Rata and Mr. Massa to get together. Mr. Harrison, can you kind of organize this to figure out how we can move forward on this issue? Because we've got an immediate situation right now. And I get it, holistic is the way to go, but we've got an issue which needs to be solved. And it's so.
Well, he's not the only one, to be honest.
He's what?
Not the only one.
Okay, then that's even more urgency. Okay, well, that just reinforces. Mr. Harrison, does that sound like a good plan?
I think that what I would be interested in hearing from the commission is if there's any feedback regarding the concern. So we've had projects in the past where there's been a lot of concern about the height of these walls or fences abutting a property line.
But with all due respect, honestly, you can make a phone call to each one of us, whatever you want to do. But we're not going to do this under audience to be heard. Okay, thank you. But yes, so there's going to be some coordination here, very shortly.
I will keep this short. So I wanted to see if there's, and I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for trying to help him. What is how long have you waited? Just out of, how long have you waited?
I have a permit.
No, I mean for just this particular, the fence portion.
They rejected it a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And I withdrew it so I could keep working.
Okay.
I withdrew the revision.
Okay. And so I would really, I know that he's not the only one, but I would Max, to your point, I would 100% support. Just let's try to get some of this through, and I think people need to be able to enjoy their property, and you know, they don't want to spend money twice. So I think let's see what we can do to work together and get that finished. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Massa. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. Promise we won't call you back. Yeah. Next speaker. Start.
Teresa Roll.
Teresa Roll. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yesterday, I came today. So I wasn't leaving. It's Teresa Rowe at 111 Briney Avenue. My main concern was the sand dunes on 111 Briney. It's number 13. Does that mean it's no longer going to be pushed through? The parking lot on the sand dune area.
Well, the item was stricken from our agenda, so we're not entertaining that item at this point in time.
Okay, so just to say what I had to say. Okay, so in terms of the sand dunes, the importance of the sand dunes down the street, there's an open area and then there's sand on the ground. The cars skid on the road when there was sand on the ground, so that was the safety issue concerning that area. Flooding from flattening the sand dune to the neighbors, water flooding, there's no water absorption because of the plants and the dunes. And it's also that area, I don't know what future development lay for that. There's a shower, kids run around, it's very dangerous. It's a very busy corner already, especially with the high-rises being built down the street, the traffic on that street. Briney Avenue should have been, that area is a beautifully walking area. Should really be protected as a historical section of Briney. It's just one small street and it's so pretty, you know, to walk there. So really it should, I don't know what you're gonna do with all the traffic, with all the buildings that are gonna get built now. That makes no sense to me. So just wanted to say that. The other thing in terms of the landscaping project that's on Atlantic, you talked about it earlier. Okay, I just want to say a couple of points. You had said about bushes that don't need.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just let me.
That's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Especially with the water conservation that you discussed today, plants that don't need a lot of watering, and especially in plant require a lot of watering. And what about to save on landscaping? Maybe you have volunteers. Where I live, we have beautification volunteers that volunteer in doing landscaping and weeding. And maybe your landscaper can hire locally, so the money goes back into the community. And also maybe the high school can have volunteer groups from the students that can beautify their community, and maybe they can get credit, and it's also great training for them, especially with their science courses, you know, botanics. So I just wanted to say a few of these things. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
That concludes audience to be heard.
All right, very good. All right, our next scheduled meetings, we've got April 16th, 2025 at 2 p.m. That's a budget workshop, and that'll be upstairs, correct, Mr. Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, April 16th, budget workshop. Then April 22nd at 6 p.m., we've got a regular city commission meeting. April 30th at 6 p.m., special joint city/CRA meeting. So that's 16th, 22nd, and 30th. That takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. The only thing that I have is a follow-up from last commission meeting with regard to the discussion about Northwest 15th Street semis parking. And Major Elwood is going to come up and brief us on what he's done and where we are on that.
Very good. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we started to investigate the 15th Street, the ACO produce location that we were discussing last commission meeting. The business primarily is a trucking business for produce. So the business logistically cannot handle the amount of trucks that come to the business. So we spoke to the owner, and one of the efforts is to try to have a location for these trucks to stage. They want to help us and they want to work with us, but just to give you an idea, I'm going to jump forward for time's sake. Just this past Thursday, they had 83 semi-trucks come to that location.
83?
83, just in one day. And they average about, that was the most, they average about 50 a day. So they just physically cannot handle that many trucks. So that's their business. So primarily, I think this is probably a code issue. We have to get with them and their business. You know, if a convenience store couldn't handle all their items that they sell and started storing them outside the building, code would get involved and say you're not in compliance with what your business is. So I think they're trying to get in compliance with us, but.
Well, but Major, I mean, these are tractor trailers and they're on the streets, aren't they?
Yes. So we've issued parking tickets. We started we have issued them over a period of time, but we actually started a operation plan where we're issuing those tickets. These city parking tickets are $150 a piece, and just by word of mouth, the drivers hand them to the businesses, and the businesses pay them for them. Just part of doing business.
Well,
it's not really going to fix it. I don't think the parking tickets are going to fix the problem. I think we have to work with them to come up with a solution. So one of the solutions was, and they're working with the farmers market, which is about a mile south, and temporarily they're allowing trucks to go there and park, and the business has given the truck drivers a piece of paper that says call when we're ready to have you come in and either load or unload. And so that's working somewhat, but I don't know how long that'll last. We're going to follow up with the owners and see what they're doing. They have a security guard shack at the entrance. They've added another security guard to assist with processing the vehicles coming in. But it's just my opinion, looking at the totality of it all, to handle the volume of trucks that are going in.
Well, I mean, and I appreciate the fact that we got a very successful business, but that's their issue to solve. And it's been my experience that even though it's only $150 and they hand the ticket to the business owner, if that keeps up, sooner or later, that's going to make a difference. I've found that to be true in the past. But yeah, it's whatever they can figure out, and sure, I'm happy to help them try to figure something out, but ultimately they've got to keep our streets clear. And otherwise, we need to ticket those things and ticket them often and every time.
We are.
Okay?
We're ticketing them. I'm just letting you know that that's what they're telling us, is that they're not really impressed too much with the parking ticket fine. There's a couple of possibilities. One we talked about was staging at the farmers market, which they're temporarily doing. I'm trying to see if that can be more permanent. The city could explore speaking with the county about widening the roadway to create a turn lane. Just a possibility. There's trees that are planted in the swale area that prevent the trucks from pulling onto the swale. Maybe a consideration would be to remove those trees and allow some type of staging area for the vehicles.
No.
And that's it. We are continuing the citation. So I'm not saying that that's what I would tell you to do. It's just a possibility.
Sure.
There's several different possibilities.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mayor?
Ms. Perkins?
The ticket, the citation is $150.
Yes, ma'am.
I remember making that motion a while back to, oh, it's gone, to raise I think it was originally 75 or something like that, and we raised it from 75 to 150. And I don't know if I'm in order, but I'd like to raise the motion, make a motion to raise the citation higher to maybe 350 to 500. And I think that will help, along with city or public works placing trees, flowers, whatever is needed in that area to stop this, because the farmers market has always been there, and I've spoken to them about this problem. And I guess this is the first time they've spoken with the farmers market. But we've got to do something to stop this right away and stop, making excuses for them and their produce company and whatever problems they're having. They should not be parked on the side of the road anywhere on Northwest 15th. And on the north side of Markham, they're beginning to park there as well. So that's, I guess, going toward that Westview Cemetery, but it's right there on the north side of Markham. They're just along that water there. They're parking there as well. So if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we increase their citation to 350.
Sure, I'd second that. Is that,
I was gonna second it, yeah.
That's okay legal? Sure.
Okay.
So we've got a motion on the floor to increase our our parking citation for tractor trailer parking from its current 150 up to 350. It's been moved and seconded. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward, name and address for the record.
Jackie Moreland, 1526 Northwest 7th Lane. I live literally right in the area. I live in Canal Point. And the trucks are a problem. Now they're a problem in the evening. And I've always lived on 15th Street. My parents' property is there. And we've never had this problem just until recently, the last few years. I don't know if this business changed and it's more. But not only are they parked there in the evening at night, even going to work in the morning. Like I almost got hit. Today's is Tuesday. Friday of this past week, coming out, you can't see. The trucks are just stacked along the street and cars are dipping out from around them because there's such a long line of them and they're waiting to get in. And then they have to pull up 3 and 4 times just to kind of, like the truck is too big to make it in the small entrance of the business. And not only we have them and then that other business across the street where that has the new one that you guys went to, those trucks in the morning are blocking the street as well. They're not so much parked, but the ones going into that fruit or produce place, they're literally blocking traffic in the morning. If you time it between 7:30 and 8:15, you're gonna be stuck. And so now people are trying to get to work, trying to get to school, and they're dashing out because they don't want to wait for the truck to back up 4 and 5 times, and it takes up the whole street, and it's literally 3 and 4 of them. And even the evenings, they're just parked. Like at night, you go through the 8, 9 o'clock, they're just lined up on 15th Street. And I think that where you guys planted the trees and put that metal bumper, that really helped because they used to park there. Now they're just parking further down by Markham, and like you said, the other place, so they just have our street just tied up in the mornings and at night.
Ms. Moreland, can I ask, do they park east of the overpass?
Yes, and then sometimes if they're blocking up too much what they're doing now, they're coming in Canal Point and they're making the circle to come, and then they'll sit in our entrance sometimes in the evenings. They'll just sit in the entrance and they're taking half of the trees with them too because they're so big. They think, I don't know if they think they can come out on the other side, but they literally have to make that whole small circle around Canal Point to come back out. So sometimes they have the roads blocked in the evening because they're trying to just kind of wait it out and they'll make the block. So they really are causing a lot of problems in that area right there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tundra King, 124 Northwest 15th Street. Everything my sister said, and then I'm going to add a little more to it. I guess the one area, there's a, I've taken so many pictures and videos. I'm just like so over this with these trucks. But the one area, they have like a little security shack that like my granddaughter made. Like somebody needs to relocate that because it's, as Major said, it's too close to the street, and so the trucks have to block the road. Put it in on your property. I don't care if you put it to your back gate. Like I don't want to be blocked every time I go to my mom's house that you cannot get down that street. It's unacceptable. And I guess on the other end of 15th Street in Dixie, I think CRA owns that property. I'm not sure, but the 15th Street in Dixie, because it's open, it's like fair game, and they park there as well. And I sent Captain Stallings some pictures of there. So they come and they stage there and they look at the sign as they're parking clearly, because there is a sign that says no through trucks or something like that, but now they begin to park there. And I took video, I sent it to Commissioner Perkins, but this has been ongoing for some time and it's just totally unacceptable. I mean, we're inconvenienced with the crime, we're inconvenienced with the trucks. Y'all got to give us a break. It's unacceptable. Night, day, there's no rhyme or reason. They know they're not supposed to come from Dixie, traveling west to wherever they're going. I can only imagine that no kids ever been hurt over there. That's just a grace of God, because I understand it's in an industrial area, but if you go through there even at night, I sent Commissioner Perkins one night a video. There was 11 trucks parked all the way down, even by Ms. Smoke's house. There were people parked all the way down, all the way up to almost power line. I just drove down there on purpose just to see. So you can come down there even any given night and you'll see the trucks there. And everybody kept saying, it's county road. I don't care whose road it is. We pay our taxes and something has to be done. I think the only way you're gonna scare these people is have some, I don't know who they use, Westway, is that still open? I don't know, but whatever tow company, and start really $350 is really not a big deal to me, and clearly not to them because they still come out there to tow those trucks. I think that's the only thing that's going to impact change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carlene Duncan, 1851 Northwest 15th Street. I called Mario, and he, because I see the trucks parked right in front of my house over there. It's hard for me to come out the driveway, or hard for Sam them to come out, because we can't see behind that truck. When you come out, you're almost in the road before you can see the traffic. So it's bad out there. So like I say, they do it every weekend. They stay all the time. And we getting tired of this. Now, Mario sent the man out there today. They done knocked down the stop sign and the street sign, because they pulled there last night. So you put a rail there so they can't park.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so this is just for tractor trailers.
Yes.
I also don't think it's probably going to be enough to make a difference, given the value that's probably in that truck. And I'm also concerned that if we do any kind of railings, which it's county road, right? But they're just going to find somewhere else to go. I do agree that we really need to work with the business and solve the underlying problem also, or the problem will just keep moving. So, thank you.
Very good.
Usually, excuse me, Mayor, there's usually railing, I thought, when there's water or something when they use the railing, but maybe not, because we do have it underneath the overpath. Yeah, we do. So I'm asking if the chief could get back with us in maybe 2 weeks or so?
You've got a motion on the floor.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so the motion is to raise it to 350. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Now, but can I interrupt? I've got a question of legal. Okay, go ahead. Now, we just passed this motion. Is there something that needs to come back to us to effectuate what we just said?
Yes, Mayor, we will have to bring back an ordinance because
Ordinance?
I believe the fees are in our code of ordinances. So if there's going to be an increase, I can certainly double check, but I believe it's an ordinance.
That means two readings. Okay, that's fine, just as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
it,
sir.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask that too, but to the chief, if you can come back to us maybe in a month or so and give us an update on your findings. And if you could have a officer or someone on your staff to maybe sit and watch from like 7:30 to 8:15, as she said, to kind of see if there's anything we can do to adjust the situation or the traffic or whatever.
Well, we place a license plate reader there for a week, so 12 noon to 4 p.m. is the peak times.
No, I'm not talking about the license plate. I'm saying the way the traffic is backed up, the trucks are blocking the traffic. There's got to be a way we can handle that a little bit better in the meantime.
Well, we have an operational plan to enforce the parking, so when they park, they're going to get a citation.
No, I'm not talking about the parking. I'm saying in the mornings, when they are waiting in line for the produce company to open, they're blocking traffic on 15th.
That's part of our operational plan, is we're going to make a move.
Oh, okay,
They're there.
gotcha. I understand now. Okay, great, that'll work.
Very good.
While you're there, can I ask him another question?
Of course.
How are we doing with the cameras in the parks?
So currently, we have 10 camera views in Hunter's Manor Park.
Great.
Yep, we got those installed, and it's going to continue.
Okay, so we're working on the other parks in the Northwest as well?
We're working with the city and IT department, and much as we can get in.
Great. I'm glad to hear
We
that.
have those views in our real-time crime center.
Great. Good work, Chief. That's it.
Now, I've got a question since this is Mr. Harrison's report, but he brought you up. Those signs that say no through trucks, what's the penalty for a truck going through an area that's posted no through trucks?
Well, that's kind of the dilemma, because this is a trucking company.
The trucking company has nothing to do with the signs that we have posted there on the street, or the county posted on that street that says no through trucks. So what's the penalty for a sign that says no through trucks if a truck goes through that area? I mean,
it is a citation as well, and it's part of our enforcement.
Okay.
I don't know the fine, I don't know the specific fine for that, but it's a citation.
Okay, because if they're backed up east of that overpass, that's the area that is posted no through trucks. I mean, also in Canal Point, I mean, it shouldn't be in there at all. So yeah, some enforcement in all that area for all of that stuff. I know you guys have got a lot of things to do out there in the streets, but
Mayor, we have an operational plan, and we're addressing any violations in that area.
Okay, good.
For
Very
sure.
good. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
To fix it, I think the company has to, like someone said, the guard gate needs to be moved back to allow more space, and there should be an alternate location to stage, whether it's at the farmer's market or a city location.
I get it.
Fix it. It needs to be.
I get it, but like I said, it's been my experience, and everybody's got their own feelings about things, but it's been my experience that, yeah, when you start hitting people with money, that does change behavior, but it takes some time sometimes. But yes, Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, the signs that are placed there on 15th Street that said no through trucks or whatever, they're basically in and out of a residential area.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether you can check and see whether we need more signs up, or so that they're seen, or so that they know when they turn a certain location, they can only go this way and not that way. So there's something to give them, because they usually, when they exit, they normally exit on 15th headed east to Dixie. And that's all the way through a residential area. So that's what we're trying to stop right there with that residential area speeding through there. So we can look at that. But if you can come back to us in about a month and give us an update.
Absolutely.
Findings, that would be
I can do that.
great. Thank you.
Very good. Anything further for Major? No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrison?
That concludes my report.
Well, very good. Thank you for that. That was very informative. Sorry, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark has asked me to provide this information and report to you all, and to get direction from you all following my report. So on this Monday, Broward County Attorney Andrew Myers emailed all of the Broward County city attorneys and town attorneys, advising them that on February 25th, the County Commission approved several ordinances that were necessary steps to waste management expanding the Monarch Hill landfill. The expansion is conditioned upon receipt of several regulatory approvals, including environmental and land use permits. Upon those ordinance approvals, the city of Coconut Creek and Deerfield Beach, who are opposing the expansion, initiated Chapter 164, which is governmental dispute resolution proceedings, and they also filed litigation in the Broward County Circuit Court. The purpose of the county attorney reaching out to all of the city and town attorneys was to advise and invite members of the commission to participate, if they so desired, in the Chapter 164 dispute resolution proceedings. It's not required, but they wanted to extend that invitation so that all of the voices would be heard. If you are so inclined to participate in that dispute resolution, excuse me, you please so advise us, and we'll advise the county, and then we would bring back a resolution for your approval. And that concludes my report.
Very good. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Takes us up to City Clerk, Mr. Alfred.
Yes, Mayor. I'm wanting to provide an update on a request that was made to modify the agenda. There was a request made by Commissioner Fezzik, and also an inquiry placed by Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, and to see if we could modify the agenda to make it to include more summary information. So we currently pay about $45,000 a year for the agenda program that we have now. So an extensive amount of effort that was put in back in 2015 to transition from a paper-based agenda to a paperless. We worked with the vendor and we simplified it to where it is right now, where the electronic version of the agenda will carry into the backup, the attachment, summary, everything from the agenda layout as it is today. We did reach out to, with regards to the company, for them to make any modifications to the agenda would range between $5,000 to $15,000 to make any adjustments, depending upon what we're looking to do. So, as was mentioned by Commissioner Perkins, currently there is a template that we have in place for the CRA that allows for that information, but we need to consider two things before we would jump into that direction. Now, one of the things that it's obvious that our agenda is quite lengthier than the CRA. CRA agenda averages anywhere between 7 to 10 items, whereas our agenda can extend between 15, 25, or even 30. It would impact our resources, and because the goal was to get to be paperless, is not necessarily time we generate paper of the agendas for the public that are here in attendance. Otherwise, the commission has the tablets, and for those who have the phones, they can actually navigate that way. But not to try to discourage that, we went further to see what other options. But another thing to consider before I go into the other option is that we would have to push out the agenda release date. We managed to readdress and kind of improve our process to release it on a Wednesday, because there was a desire to get it earlier. But then in order to accommodate this, because we would have to work on the formatting, the agenda for the CRA, the reason why it looks the way it is because there's a lot of work that goes into it. The agenda for the CRA is released on Thursday for that reason, because there's last-minute changes, adjustments, text updates, and things like that, and it requires for us to do a careful look to make sure that it looks the way it looks. The same thing would have to be done on the on the city end, where we would have to take the time to go through the agenda summary text and make sure that everything checks out. So what I'm saying is that if we were to modify and be in alignment with the CRA and presenting the additional information, we would have to push out the agenda date, not back, but out to the Thursday, to allow us time, because we meet with the city manager's team to go over the agenda and make there's changes that take place. We kind of struggle to even meet the current Wednesday, but we managed to do it. But it's late in the afternoon, oftentimes is when we release it, to ensure that everything that we need to have on there is on there, from attachments and things like that. But the attachments are not so much the issue, it's the summary that we would have to work on, the format and things like that. Now, in an effort to see if we can meet the commission's desire of having additional information, or at least guiding the public to where they can get that information, if this is the direction. The team and I worked together, between Brittany and I in the office. We sat down, we collaborated and figure out what way we can actually make it more accessible to the public, especially those which are here in the audience. Because we no longer get a lot of traffic coming to City Hall specifically to get a copy of the agenda as it was in the past. I was here since 2008, and we would get a steady traffic of folks wanting to get a copy of the agenda. That's no longer the case. They're going online and accessing the agenda there, clicking on the links and doing what they need to do to get whatever information they need to get. Well, we do understand that there is an opportunity to do better here in person for those who are having a struggle to view the information. I'm going to pass it on to Brittany very quickly. She can basically introduce this concept here.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Brittany Tilson, Deputy City Clerk. One of the things we wanted to try to do to maybe see if it helps is to put a QR code on the agenda that will take them directly to the City Commission page with the list of meetings, where they can select today's meeting, and the agenda pulls up just like it would if you went to navigate from our city website. Hopefully then, the more people get familiar with that being there, it will become easier for them to use each meeting. We also wanted to have like the QR code out at the desk with Alexandra in the start of the meeting so that he can help to assist people get to there. I know there's occasionally some people that don't like the QR codes, but if Alexandra is out there, he can tell them how to navigate to that from just the city's webpage with their phone. Another thing we were looking at is how to maybe make the agenda location a little more visible on the city's website, because you do have to navigate to a few different places to get it. So maybe we can work with our webmaster, see where we can better place a link that will make it easier for the public to access with their phone or even at home. So those are some of the things we're trying to see if we can start by implementing those and see if it maybe helps a little bit, because all the information that the public could need regarding these items is available online, because what you see as commissioners, they can see at home too. So hopefully that can help alleviate some of it, and we can see from there if it helps, and if it doesn't, we can see if we can workshop some other ways to help. But the QR code, I think, being on the paper agenda might start making it more of a routine for people to use it. And that's all.
Okay.
So just want to see if we can be okay to start off this option here with the QR code and see if there's, more traction with people are going online. We can monitor that too. And then if there is anybody here that would want, for those who come in, as Brittany just alluded to, we'll have the staff on here to just navigate them there so they can access the backup information.
Okay.
So.
Gotcha. Commission discussion, anybody want to?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
I second that it's a great idea, so.
Okay, two great ideas. I mean, two people said it's a great idea.
Well, actually, yeah, it was actually two great ideas. It was the QR code on the agenda and potentially making it easier to find. So I think there was actually two great ideas.
Very good.
All right.
So,
thank you.
Endorsement. There you go.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fasick.
I'll keep this short because it's been a long day for everybody. I have just a couple things. One, Mr. Harrison, I have a CRA board meeting for April 15th on our calendar, but I don't see it here. Is that still on the books?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay, so that is at 1 p.m. or is it at 6?
Yes, 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Okay, thank you. Secondly, I wanted to, I know I've mentioned it before, that Music Under the Stars, when we had St. Patrick's Day weekend, it was a rousing success, and the road closure that we were able to kind of get into place very quickly for that holiday weekend was amazing. Residents were thrilled about it, not just for the St. Patrick's Day, but specifically also for Music Under the Stars. Residents were thrilled by it. The atmosphere was really positive. The fact that there were less cars in that area, and I know we don't, I think, is this the last one before, is this the last one for a little while? This coming Friday? Mr. Harrison? Music Under the Stars? Is this the last one for this Friday? For a little while? Okay, well, regardless, I know it's something we do, I know we stop it sometime in the summer for a little bit, but it was such a huge success.
Earl was nodding his head that yes, this last one.
It's June, right, yeah, okay, so. May or June, okay, so one or two. Okay. But the success of Music Under the Stars has been phenomenal. And the more times we do it, the more it has continued to grow. It has continued to grow in terms of people. I watch people walk down Briney with their camp chairs, and they're having a blast. And so I would really like to see if the street closure, the way that we did it for Music Under the Stars, could be something that we continue for events that we have at the Great Lawn, where we know there's going to be a lot of pedestrian traffic, and so that there's ways we can sort of eliminate some of the vehicular traffic in the most heavily traveled areas. And I want to point out that we also have Cinco de Mayo coming up, which again, just like St. Patrick's Day, is bound to be full of people out and about. So I'd like to see what we can do about, I was a little disappointed that for this weekend, this coming Friday, which by the way, it is this weekend, from 7 to 9, but this Friday, if there's any way we could, I was a little disappointed when I heard that we were only planning on doing this as a one-off. And so I would like to ask you, Mr. Harrison, if it's possible for you to make that something that we do on a regular basis for events.
So we would have to get together with Parks and Rec and BSO and everybody that's connected with special events, fire. We would have to sit down with them and double check what you're requesting.
Okay, yeah, well, we had a plan, and it worked well, and everybody, BSO said that it worked great, fire department said it worked great, Parks said it worked great, the bars said it worked great, and people said it worked great. So I would just really like to make that happen so as quickly as possible. I know that it's not set up for Friday at the moment, but for the next one, I would like to request that we do that, if at all possible. And of course, for Cinco de Mayo, might as well just go ahead and get on the front end of it just now and have that be a possibility for then as well. So would that be possible, do you think, Mr. Harrison?
Yeah, just like I said, we'll all get together and look into your request.
Thank you. The last thing I have is I'm having my District 1 meeting tomorrow night from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. So I want to thank everybody for doing what you do. I know that we all spend a lot of time, and this was a long meeting, so I'm going to keep it short and say thank you for all working together.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for the city manager. I wanted to know, where are we with the feasibility study for going back to the standalone police department? Where are we with that? Nowhere?
It was
Well,
voted down.
you all voted at the last commission meeting not to go forward with it, so I don't have any more direction other than that.
Okay, well, I'd like to give it a try again. I've been sitting here trying to write the motion. Anyway, I want to make a motion for the city manager to update the city commission on the process and finding of identifying a group, do a feasibility study to determine the action steps for a standalone City of Pompano Police Department, and also get back with us with the scope of service, cost, and the timeline. That's a motion.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we can repeat that, but
I could repeat it.
but I mean, he kind of did that and came back with a cost estimate of 150,000 to 300,000, and that's when everybody said, well, no, we don't want to go forward. So I mean, but okay, it's been moved and seconded. So
Yeah, let's give it a try again. I call myself being a little detailed in the motion, but I think it's worth trying again. There's nothing wrong with trying.
well, yeah, I think we can probably just ask the city manager if he's got a cost estimate for it. He can answer
yeah.
the question. I mean, that's kind of what you're asking in the motion.
Well, I'm just asking him to get back with us with an update of any of your findings for identifying a group that can possibly do the feasibility study. Again.
I'm just trying to make sure that we've got enough information going to him to get back to us,
Okay.
but without authorizing him to go, I mean, unless you wanted to do an RFP and all this, which
Okay.
that's where we're at before.
I want to make a motion for the city manager to update the city commission on the process and the findings of identifying a group to do a feasibility study to determine the action steps for a stand-alone City of Pompano Beach Police Department. And also give us the scope of service, the cost, and the timeline.
Okay.
You have any questions, Mr. City Manager?
No, I just need the majority of the commission to instruct me to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
I made a second.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Fessick?
So I know that you had mentioned, Mr. Mayor, that the reason last time, this was voted down, but it was because we were surprised, I think, by the fact that it showed up in a report and we had a random price range given, but we had no idea what was included as part of that, what were the instructions given? So we didn't know what the scope of work was, and that was probably why the confusion was there. I just want to, I've been in my own head so much these days. I want to just go to something. I did some of my own homework again, and I went back and I remembered that we had somebody do this study beforehand years ago, and I believe his name was
Wildan.
Sorry?
Wildan. That was the name of the company, Wildan.
No, it wasn't.
Ken Campbell.
It was Dr. Campbell, Dr. Ken Campbell. So I found him online, and I got in touch with him on the phone, and I had a conversation with him. I said, I just figured, do you have an extra copy of that anywhere sitting in the closet? And he said he would try to find one for me. I don't have it, but which reminds me, because after that meeting, when I was so surprised by the fact that the range was $150,000 to $300,000 for a consultant, and we didn't know what was even in the scope of work, I reached back out to him, and I said, and I asked him, basically, he said, by the way, I said, do you recall what you were paid or what you would charge to update that prior study? And at the time, he was chairman of the Budget Review Committee, so his comment was, as the chairman of the Budget Review Committee, I did not charge the city for doing the study. It would have been against my principles. So I don't know if we have, I have a phone number for him. I don't know if he's willing to update it. He expressed to me verbally that he would be, but if we decide to move forward, and I don't know what the scope of his prior work was either, so, because I haven't seen it yet, but if the city was pleased with the scope of his work before, especially given that it's free, or it might be a very minimal cost, much less than $150,000 to $300,000, I'd like to maybe throw his name in that hat since he's familiar with things already. Thanks.
Very good. This is public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins.
I think where the confusion comes in with this particular item of the standalone police department is that we asked the city manager to look into it, and he came back to us with 3 bids or 3 RFPs, and he did not explain it, and a lot of questions were being asked, and it just somewhat died from there, because I don't think the people sitting here received the answers they were expecting. And it just wasn't enough information, so I just didn't want to give up on it without trying the second time. And I was trying to be a little bit more detail in my motion so that wouldn't happen again. So let's give it another try.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to chime in just a little bit. When the city manager came back with the information that he last came back with, that was in response, I believe, to actually it was mine, asking him to come back before he went in depth into looking into this matter, to come back and give us an approximation of what it was going to cost, rather than just say, go do something, and us not knowing what we're about to spend. I thought it was prudent for us to have an idea of what we were about to spend. And that was why Mr. Harrison, I believe, I'm not going to speak for him, but that was my understanding, why he came back with a range of $150,000, based upon, and this was based upon some telephone calls, I believe, that Mr. Donovan made to various consultants who are in this business. And Mr. Harrison came back with a range of $150,000 to $300,000 to do a study to look at the Pompano Beach, reconstituting Pompano Beach Police, and look at our police servicing and things like that. And that's when Mr. Harrison was roundly criticized for not having enough information. But I mean, I thought it was prudent. I asked him to come back and give us information as far as what the cost would be, and I thought that was a good way to start. And you know, thank you for doing that, Mr. Harrison, coming back and telling us it was 150 to 300. I thought that at least gave us some good information to start with. But fine, well, you've got a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. That's great.
Well,
Any further commission discussion?
Yeah,
Commissioner Perkins?
I agree with what you're saying, and you did ask for the cost. I do remember that.
Okay.
But yet and still, we have 5, 6 people up here, so of course, they're curious and they want to know more. So it's like when you're in a classroom, you got to do your homework and be prepared for whatever. So if we ask for one thing, that's not to say we're not going to ask for something else, because everybody wants to be sure before they vote for something. So that's what we do. We ask questions before we vote, so we make sure we're voting for what we really want or need in our districts or the city. So with that, I'm done.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Try and vote.
Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson, oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No. Very good. Mr. Perkins, still have the floor.
I'm done.
Okay. All right.
We're done.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
Sigerson Eaton.
Oh, Segerson Eaton, I apologize.
Okay, no report.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
All right. The positive thing about today is I could see Terry Wall in the next painting that we have up there. And I loved her quote is, "Look up to yourself." I have another quote tonight, but look up to yourself. That was really great to see a young woman like that excel, coming again from the grassroots of Pompano Beach. Also, kudos to the finance team, 13 years of excellent audits. That is quite an accomplishment. Good job. As the auditor stated, good, clean bill of health. Something specific to District 5 is we're going to have a bonus concert at the Palmyra Gazebo this Saturday. It's free. Bring your lawn chairs, your blankets. We'll have food trucks, and the band that will be playing is from 6 to 7:30. And the band is called Unscheduled Tour, which is appropriate for like a bonus concert. I thought it was a good name. On April 3rd, I attended in District 4 the Senior Activities Center sound panel unveiling and the documentary screening. And the documentary screening was phenomenal. The 2 artists that did the sound panels interviewed our seniors in Pompano Beach and filmed it, and it was over the course of a year. And those interviews is what created their creativity for the panels. And I thought it was well done, and I love that we got to hear stories, and I hope we continue that in Pompano Beach. Let's listen to the stories of our elders. And I'm going to end with a quote from Lady Gaga. "I think tolerance and acceptance and love is something that feeds every community. So let's practice it." That's it.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I have a handful of things, but they're quick. I want to say thank you to Parks and Rec for the amazing Kester Park Family Fun Day that we had. It was our 3rd annual fun day out there to kick off baseball and softball season. We had our 3rd annual Pompano Beach Fire Rescue versus BSO cook-off. This year it was won by Fire Rescue again. We had kickball games, the Pompano Beach High School boys baseball and girls softball team. So it was a great day of fun out there, and thanks for continuing that fun tradition for the district and for the city. Second, my monthly community meeting will be April 23rd at the Legion, and we are going to have Parks there to talk about the Parks Master Plan, so that will also be the 2nd Parks Master Plan outreach meeting for the district, and we will be there from 6:30 to 8. I want to also thank utilities, because we've had a lot of work going on in Garden Isles after a sewer main broke with the pipelining that's been going on. Now that we've got the repair made on Southeast 3rd Street, It looks like we're ready to repave the road, and I'd love to see that whole section of the neighborhood just repaved at the same time, since it was in need of it anyway. It's on the 5-year paving plan to be done in the next year. So instead of just doing Third in the end, it would be great if we could just get the couple other tiny cul-de-sacs there paved at the same time and just be done with that pocket of the neighborhood. So let me know if that's possible, Mr. Harrison. And then 2 other things. Cinco de Mayo, I actually agree with Commissioner Fezzik on this one. I've heard from quite a few businesses that plan to have kind of outdoor parties and had asked if the road could be shut down. I think that there'll be a lot of activity down there, and it'd probably be a good idea to just proactively shut that down, both to support the businesses and for safety down on the end at the beach there. And lastly, with the McNabb Street and Bridge project, I'm growing increasingly concerned after talking to people about the outreach and the communication, and I want to make sure we do a really good job on this. And I think we need to get ahead of it. There's going to be condos that have their parking lots shut down that won't have access. They'll have to somehow have temporary transportation. There are going to be people cut off from businesses. So I'd like to at least see what the city has planned, and if necessary, we maybe even consider hiring someone to do a kind of comprehensive outreach plan for how that's going to work in those various neighborhoods, because there are going to be big impacts. And it reminds me of the Lions Park project, where we had a lot of people impacted and not great communication. So I'm hopeful we can get ahead of this one, especially since there are residents who aren't even gonna be able to park where they live. And so I'd like to sit down and see what we have planned and see if it's sufficient or if we need to do something else. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I've just got one thing. Just congratulations to the University of Florida, the NCAA basketball champs. It's quite an accomplishment that they did, and so congratulations to them. This meeting's adjourned.